Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Congratulations! Your name will be recorded in the Hall of Legends for all to see.
Hello. I hope you're all having a good Christmas. Thank you, Copper, for the raid. That was very sweet of you. It helped having to be a place to lurk in while I was finishing a whole heck of a lot of things up. Also, thank you for all the head pets, Nikki. T-Dragon got the firsties. Thank you. But hi Hero, hi Void, hi Quantum, Necromancer, hi OPS. Hi Midnight Skies, hi Nikki, hi T-Dragon, hi Myth. Hi Kyo. And hi Copper and hi Ark. Yeah, we did this last year and I thought that would be good to try give it a go this year. Actually, I do need to move the mic, so let me mute it real quick. Hopefully, I still come in okay. I do also need to slightly move the table, which, that's gonna be a tad loud. Not if I do it slowly, but... Christmas tree doesn't come as well into frame as I wanted to, but that is a-okay. Yeah, Cookie Cat! I've had this for a good couple of years. A friend of mine bought it for me at Christmas, I think over 5 years ago. It is a very big hoodie sweater, but it makes it perfect comfy feels. Thank you. They left its family behind, exactly. But I do have got a little bit closer to where I can see it over here. So even though I'm not looking at my computer, I can see you all. I don't remember which cookie I wanted to start off with. And everything is blue, so... I don't remember which colors these are. I'm gonna find out, I guess. What?
I didn't do enough pre-planning.
Listen, I did enough planning to warrant nothing spilling. Which, you know, it's good enough. It's good enough for me. I think this is the blue. This is blue. Probably shouldn't be trying to do this with my left hand, but oh well. Yeah, that looks like blue. Thank you, Kyo. I appreciate it. All of yesterday was filled with just doing cookies. I can probably move the camera a little closer, actually, if you all want to see the cookies a little bit better. I originally started the setup when it was much more lighter out. Recovery operations? Oh no. I hope everything's okay, Art. No worries on Blair. All you're gonna say was about wrapping. That is completely fair.
I don't remember what you wrapped. I didn't know an inch. And you're like, fill the number. I mean, in the fact though, I would be, look,
I like.
okay, here's my philosophy. If I'm going to give you a gift, I'm not going to wait until fucking Christmas for you to unwrap it. It's just a waste of my time and yours.
You know what I sure fucking did?
What did you fuck up? Did you?
Listen, the alarm went off, I turned it off, and I mentally was gonna grab it, and then I forgot.
Clearly. my dear Cosmo.
I love you.
I love you too.
That sounded like there was a butt behind it.
I didn't say butt. You're the one who said butt.
It sounds like there's a butt behind it.
I'm just rolling my eyes. And
I forgot to take the birth control bright at 6 o'clock, like my alarm dictates.
don't want to bet you guys didn't hear because the mic is muted.
Yes. This was a bit to get into the bag, and now it's being like, oh, now I'm ready. It's just like, how dare you?
You need like an ice tray or something? Well, not ice tray. Like, I was thinking like just like a bucket full of ice to keep it cool.
Keep it cool. No, it should be okay. I don't know how well everybody can see that, but semi. But the Christmas tree that's kind of in the background here, this is the Christmas tree that I'm about to be able to have in my house. I guess it does look like a Ninja Star a little bit. Yeah, Myth, Dan did a whole lot of Christmas finds, a lot of his emotes, and that was one of the ones that got it. I honestly had half a thought to just like have like webcam and like something more visually appealing in the background, but I figured, I don't know how that would work. I don't know how that would work as a visual, so we'll just go with this. I would offer you one of these cookies, but I don't remember if you said you like sugar cookies or not.
Not really, but like, it's not like it's not like I don't like them, but also it's just like they're kind of meant to me.
No, that's fair. That was the only reason why I didn't give you one last night.
I mean, I could just steal all that M&M cookies.
All of them?
Yes, every last fucking one.
Then I should have just made you regular M&M cookies, bitch.
I mean, I could just steal the chocolate. The chocolate chunk ones are the ones that are at the bottom, right?
They are.
Yeah, it's the
It's fine. He's allowed to have any ones he wants. There's a coffee here, but some of us can't work. No worries. Not very good.
I mean, it's Jen joking about this.
Oh.
Yeah, you. I mean, she. Yeah.
Don't touch me. Well, at least it looks semi put together. You know what, let's try some of these stars real quick. I'm gonna wrap this up real quick. It's always spooky season, my heart art. Need dog biscuits. You know, I haven't made dog biscuits in a while, but I probably could pull it off. What? You just need like a shit ton of peanut butter and dog-friendly options. Pretty sure. Actually, no. This is a white. This is a white. This is the yellow. That's a bigger nub on it. What?
I'm just trying to figure out, like, they all look like the same color from the outside.
I know, but also this one has like a little bit of red stain from last year.
Do you not properly clean it?
No, I did. It's just that like food dye just sometimes easily stains.
Yeah.
The M&Ms. You can have them.
Well, that's not focus.
No, that's fair. Yesterday I made sugar cookies, gluten-free M&M cookies, normal chocolate chip cookies, so that way our parents would have like a normal cookie, and gluten-free Mexican wedding cookies, which actually turned out a lot better than I thought they were going to. A little bit more like this for all the see. And in the process of doing all the frosting too, I realized that, oh, I actually don't know if we have any sprinkles. And I forgot to check.
You run to the store again?
No, I'm not gonna have you run to the store all over again.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I also have one of like the toothpick things that are in the cup? Wooden stakes. They're in a cup on the counter that the mouse cannot reach. Cookies. I guess so. Anything even open for us? He actually just ran to our local grocery store. It is union based, and for some reason they were open, which I'm surprised. Maybe people were fine with just like working on the holidays. I also don't know who all is even around here. Like, I don't know what restaurants are open. I assume like a majority of them are closed. But that makes sense. Well, I guess I'll leave. Well, I'll wait for him. Or not.
It seems like you were correct. We are out of sprinkles.
That is A-okay.
Practice.
Over a little bit. I did a slightly different frosting this year to that should hopefully kind of set a little bit better. Hopefully. Keep wanting to do it right-handed. We'll do it right-handed one. It was a lot to try and mix it though. I might just have to try and use like a hand mixer next year.
Like the one we have.
The one I used yesterday? Yes. I used it all day yesterday for all of the cookies.
But not the frosting.
Huh?
But not the frosting.
I didn't think it would be this hard. Clearly, that was my bad.
But yeah, the local grocery store is a union shop, so if, you know, they're getting probably paid time and a half for their hours.
hope so. I guess with it being union-based, they would.
I'm not a person who says, oh, people shouldn't be allowed to work, you know, blah 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 on a given day. I just want them to get paid for, you know,
Having to put up with people on the holidays.
well, just taking the time out of their holidays.
That too.
As long as they're not being forced to work the holidays, and as long as they are getting paid for the holidays, yeah. Jen. For those who are curious, Jenna is my friend, my longtime friend. I guess it counts as a long time. It's been 3 years.
Listen, we're in COVID times still. That's a shit ton of time.
Wait, it's been 3 years or 4 years, something like that. Probably 3. Time is an illusion.
Time is an illusion. You know what? I'm gonna start passing you.
Oh, yeah.
You can put them onto the rack. Pretty please and thank you.
Yeah, it's been 3 years because
Jen says, feel like it was right before COVID?
yes, 3 years. Yes, because we know what happened near the beginning of COVID. I mean, it doesn't involve anyone.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with this gingerbread man yet.
Anyone who would be here, but it involves people that some people might know. So that's why I'm not naming names.
Oh, you're fine.
Yes, it has been one time.
Also, this was a snowflake, but also, I think this was when I had decided to roll out the dough originally on the counter that does also share the dishwasher and is right next to itself. So I got real flexible real quick.
Yeah.
I did more stars than this, I swear. Put it in the other bag. I think it's in the other bag. But they're fun. No. Well, that could be.
Probably for the mouse, right? So we dealt with most of the mice. Like it may have dealt with, we've caught and released most of the mice. Except there's just one fucker who refuses to be caught. Just one.
We assume it's one.
I'm pretty sure it's one.
But again, we still assume, so we don't actually know.
I mean, every time I've seen them, it looks like the exact same mouse. So, that's my approximation for it being one fucker. To be fair, we wouldn't be doing this probably if I hadn't gotten fired.
It's okay.
Well,
You would also be in a much worse headspace.
yeah, but yeah, it would be upstate New York instead. And to be fair, the plan was try to basically get the mortgage and then next day switch jobs.
Basically.
which is a hell of a trick to try to pull on your employer. But, you know, in the bank. I'm not sure if the bank would have liked that. Probably not.
I mean, they already didn't like the fact that you had gotten fired from your job, so like, went from not liking one thing to not liking another thing, so.
Yeah. At least I would have had the mortgage and title and whatnot.
Yeah. I don't know how long it takes for these to set, and I also don't know. This is a funky looking star, actually. I don't know how well they're gonna transport.
Well, if you need to put it in the fridge, that should help.
I honestly wasn't sure if I would do like a cookie decorating again this year because I was just like, that was very meh, and I sure haven't like practiced at all since the last time I did this. Is this now the strange tradition of just like doing cookie decoration?
Excuse me.
It looked like you were gonna say something to my question.
No, I was trying to figure out, like, is it after your burp?
Huh?
I was trying to figure out, is it actually your burp?
No, you're good.
So, now that we've gotten past, like, kind of the intro,
Yes.
well, I figured you had ideas for conversation topics.
A lot of it is just kind of thinking of the year in review of sorts. Especially for the fact that we're like, what, a week at this point away from New Year / end of the year?
Yeah.
And one of the things I was talking with my parents about was just kind of looking at all the games that gotten to go through like this year. And just kind of picking out, like, I guess, my own favorites throughout all of them. And I'm sure by no surprise that any, like, Little Gator game is really up there. Man, that's a hell of a star. The cookie shape carries the shape. You all can kind of see the not so star-shaped cookie. I know I technically had started it last year, but being that I finished it this year, I feel like Mass Effect actually is also on there because I still think about that a whole heck of a lot.
Okay. What do you continue?
You know what? I wrote the rest of them up on the list.
the other buttons, but you know.
Listen, it was very convenient. I really love floppy nights. Part of that is because, like, I waited as long as I did. The art is really what drew me in, but I did really like the story that it had going for it. I feel like Yakuza 0 deserves to be on that list too, because yes, it was originally about, what, 10 years old, maybe more? Yakuza 0?
It's not that old.
Is it not that old?
Pretty sure it's 2017?
Spoilers.
2015.
2015. Okay. So that is still like 7 years old. It does make me excited for the other Yakuza games, but also part of me is just like, I don't know how they could actually top this.
I mean,
That's
there are definitely some levels in the Yakuza series. Like, you know, Yakuza 1 starts with a bang. Like, literally.
quite literally, from what I hear.
And, you know, and of course, you know, small spoilers for those who haven't played 0, you know, as they talked about at the end, in the epilogue of, you know, 0, like, the empty lot is where the Millennium Tower is built upon. And nothing goes wrong at the Millennium Tower, except basically every single Yakuza game ends at the Millennium Tower.
I also partially want to make the joke of just like Seto Kaiba, but also I feel like that's just kind of a medium.
Yeah, a little bit.
Same breakup. Okay, so me and this can have that joke.
But no, seriously. I don't know if actually every single Yakuza game ends at the Millennium Tower, but so many of them do. 1 does, I'm pretty sure 2 does, I know 4 does, I know 5 does, I know 7 does, or Like a Dragon. It is.
And they also all end shirtless. From what I hear.
I mean, anyone who's basically any character who's in the Yakuza will end shirtless, because that's just the thing. You go rip off your clothing somehow one fell swoop, and you reveal your tattoo, and you know. To be fair, I think one thing I didn't hear you comment about at the end of Yakuza 0 is the fact that the characters that were exhibiting red heat.
I assumed that was part of their, maybe that was kind of a part of the aesthetic of them, because
red heat is actually like a mechanic in the Yakuza series.
It is.
It's basically it's like, if heat is kind of like just powering up, red heat is basically just like the equivalent of like Super Saiyan.
So what you're saying is that I fought a Super Saiyan in Yakuza 0 at the end.
So yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that, you know, when you get powerful enough, you get red heat.
Is it possible that I could have been powerful enough that I would...
No, Rude. Kiryu's just starting his journey.
You know what? Goku started his journey not too long before he gained Super Saiyan powers, so, like...
I mean, depends. And do you count the entirety of Dragon Ball?
I guess you would have to, but also mentally I don't, because I never watched Dragon Ball. I just went straight to
Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball doesn't age well.
No, it does not, which is why I also haven't really watched it. But no, that was the only reason I didn't comment on it, because I just figured, oh, maybe it's just part of their aesthetic.
No, Renny is an actual mechanic in the Yakuza games.
Do you see it more in the harder difficulties?
No, it's just like a character development mechanic.
Gotcha. This is absolutely uneven, but oh well.
Like I said, and like the only ones I would say you have to play are 1, 4, and 7. Plus, you know, and Judgment. I don't know much about Lost Judgment because I definitely, you know.
That's a dude that went and bought all the games.
Yeah, because there were nice little bundles that you can, like. I'm willing to advise playing 2 and whatnot, but it doesn't even like. I'm not going to say that all, like, I'm not going to even say all the games are great. There are definitely some slumps in this series.
That's fair.
To be fair, at least Dead Soul, they've kind of disowned Yakuza Dead Souls or whatever it's called.
Kinda. Thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful Christmas too.
I mean, that's not a surprise, Bips, because he has lots of voice work.
He does have lots of voice work. His portfolio is getting obscenely long.
It's kind of like
but like, good for him.
It's kind of like saying, "Oh, Troy Baker's in a game." It's like, okay, cool.
This is also gonna turn into a pretty big whoops.
So there's no way in hell I'm finishing Death Stranding this year.
No. Do you know what's funny? Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me get it out before it rips it from my brain. You know how Epic Store has been doing like 3 games a day?
Yeah, I know. They released the original version of Death Stranding.
It was originally the director's cut, and they pulled it because that was a mistake, and it meant to be just the base game.
Right.
And I missed it. I know you already have it, but...
But yeah, it's been hitting in the feels. Bayonetta 3, obviously, was a time. I know there are people who have certain complaints about it, mostly the ending. But without getting into too spoilery heavy of it, it's like, really, like, why is the ending the thing that is breaking you? Like, I've actually seen some of these conversations. It's like,
I haven't actually seen the conversations regarding it, but...
I've seen one of them in a certain community of mine that I'm not going to name. You know probably which one I'm referring to.
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but I have a few guesses.
Yeah. Well, either way, I saw their reaction to it, and it's just like, I like how I could use basically the cards as kind of like an extension of like doing hand gestures and shit while talking.
Basically.
It's just like, definitely.
Like,
People want Bayonetta to be what? Like, you want Bayonetta to be catered. I think that's the best way to describe it.
No, that's fair.
That's true. Speaking of bad chuckles, like Car Chart, it's great, and they fixed the end of game. So basically, what they did is that they accidentally did. It was a bug.
Music's running out of Furnace. It's probably because of Furnace is far away.
Yeah, I'm pretty far away, and more distant than normal.
I can try turning it down to the lowest it could possibly be and see if that helps.
Meow. Like, Car Chart, they fixed the end of game bug that deleted our save after we completed it.
Yeah.
Granted, the endings are not like,
We went and looked up the endings afterwards.
yeah, like, you're not missing much by having a completed save file. Like, yes, I was a little disappointed in that one bug, but, you know, it's worth your time and effort if you care.
It's still really good, and I still really like the art style of it, along with how much they researched. It feels like the history of the time they were going for.
Right.
Like it wasn't half-assed or anything like that. We did Paper Mario in the Origami King. And I like the story of that.
Right.
The combat,
Yeah.
like,
Like, I'm not saying it's bad.
right.
I just think, like, and when they played around with it a little bit, it definitely worked, especially, like, those shadow creatures.
Right.
Like, fucking around and like, oh, you have to go and, like, spin it around in such a way in order to force them, blah, blah, blah. Like, that was great. I wish they had done more of it.
That would have been nice. And it was neat that the bosses were kind of like a puzzle to be solved.
Right.
Like, it wasn't just going to give it to you because you damaged it a whole bunch kind of thing. So it's not like you could necessarily go in there, like, overpowered. You still had to figure out the fight. Which could slow you down.
Yeah. You so abused the fuck out of that time bank.
It was how I got through it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, you abused the fuck out of it.
I did. I sure did. We had the money, and I spent it willy-nilly to make sure that I still had time to think. Let's see. They're kind of getting there.
Yeah, these are pretty solid.
He went to go touch one of the cookies, and I just see in the reflection of the light just how much he's intense in the frosting. So he eats it.
You gave me the look, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I did it.
It's okay.
Yeah, like, I don't taste much of a difference from, like, last year's cookies.
That's good because it was an Alton Brown recipe and it was super crumbly, and I was just like, it doesn't feel like it's forming for me right now, so I'm gonna throw in another egg. And then that kind of made it look more funky, and I had to, like, basically kind of melt the butter to be able to like get it to form. I wonder if it was just because it was that cold that it was affecting the butter.
I mean, you're supposed to soften it.
It was softened.
Yeah.
That's the thing. But and then of course it's saying anywhere from 7 to 9 minutes, and I could have swore that last year I did 9 minutes. Apparently not though, because a lot of them are kind of crunchy from the 9 minutes, but once I went to 7 minutes, everything was fine. Yeah, these are the closest things I have to... I know we didn't get to stream it a lot, but Shovel Knight Dig was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I
also watched Gerard play a good chunk of it.
Yeah, I think it's more fun to watch someone play than actually play it. That's it. Tissues are right here.
Yes. I really enjoyed Dig. I also really enjoyed the new Pokemon. I know it's not like great in terms of like the things that they clearly didn't have enough time to either implement or just do in general, and I really wish they would have had that time. And obviously not going to give any sort of shit for that. But it was a lot of fun.
I mean, I for some reason decided to join. I really don't know why.
I don't know why either. I just kind of figured that this was just going to be my first time in a while going through a Pokemon game solo, at least in terms of like household. And I just figured that would be fine. I've done solo Pokemon before for a good majority of my life, you know, like going back to solo Pokemon's not going to be a big issue.
Well, good thing you didn't have to go solo.
It just makes it harder trying to finish the Pokédex, even though I didn't finish the Pokédex in Sword and Shield.
To be fair, apparently Violet is far more popular than Scarlet, so you have had to find someone to help you.
Yeah, I would have. To be fair, Dan has Scarlet, so like, I would just have had to get over the nervousness of being like, I can go ask him. Nah, you know, I don't really need this shiny badge. I don't need to finish the Pokédex. This is fine.
Meanwhile, there's me who spends way too much time theory crafting, somehow figured out the entire meta before I do a single ranked match, and with only minimal changes to my team, managed to get all the way to master rank.
I helped a little.
I mean, yeah, the main thing you did was give me a couple of Pokemon that were not EV trained, so I didn't have to waste all my berries and TMs.
And also the ability patch.
Yeah.
And the TM.
Yeah, you did give me an ability patch, which I don't like. They're not for sale, but you know, I don't know what the effective value would be. Arguably that's the biggest thing you probably gave me, because the TMs I could farm. The ability patches, yes, I could technically try to farm them, but they're only farmable from like 6-star Terra raids, so fuck that noise.
Yeah. Also, I think you'd really like Shovel Knight Dikio. Knowing how much you love Hades. I think you'd enjoy it. And because it's Shovel Knight.
Yeah, maybe that's what I should do at some point. Just like spend a little bit of time on stream, just literally just going through some ranked battles, just show for those who have not seen it, like my team is just kind of. It's definitely not the standard meta team for the most part.
Also, I did give you the Rotom and specifically bought a Rotom catalog.
Yeah, and then as soon as you gave me the Rotom, I found a fucking Rotom. And yeah, I guess Rotom has been kind of like the low-key MVP of the fucking party.
Exactly.
I don't know how that
I
fucking...
helped his team.
Yeah.
I'm not doing competitive, but I helped his team.
I'm alright. Yeah. So, so my team is Meowscarada, who's the grass cat at Evolution. So I'm just gonna go over my entire build just because, you know, it kind of is like, it's kind of silly. I mean, it's not silly. It makes sense, and it has a life orb, which is the one that increases your damage by 30%, but takes away 10% of your HP every time you attack. And there's so many times I've went and KO'd myself with that fucking life orb.
You have.
It's useful, but also... so it has Flower Trick, of course, its signature move. Knock Off, because getting rid of items is great. Play Rough, because it can warn Play Rough, and people don't expect it to have Play Rough. It's like, oh, I have a dragon out. What's the problem? And then suddenly get absolutely decimated.
Yeah, people don't expect it.
Yeah, to be fair, that's the reason why I kind of want to get Brick Break on it also, because people wouldn't expect that, but
also you don't know what you would switch out for it.
No, there's only one move I can get rid of, which is the last move, which is Sucker Punch. But I don't feel like I can get rid of Sucker Punch.
Right.
Because that has saved me a few times. That +1 priority. Also, its ability is Protean, which is its hidden ability, which the first move it uses upon coming out, it will switch its type to. So that's also why Play Rough suddenly becomes very lethal, because instead of being just instead of just being a 2x damage move for super effectiveness, it becomes a 3x damage move because of stab. At first, those who don't play Pokemon, stab is same type attack bonus. And Play Rough already does like a base of like 90 power, so it hurts. So that's my Meowscarada. Then I have a Dragonite because I saw Dragonite and I'm like, this could work. I didn't realize how easily I can make it work.
I think I gave you a Dratini that was able to be Thunder.
Yeah, and then I just changed it to normal.
Yeah.
Because, well, I'll explain why in a second.
Terra type was Thunder, he changed it to normal.
Right. And you know where you can get an arrow on anyway if you need it.
Basically.
So, its Dragonite has weakness policy because, of course, it would. Why wouldn't it? Has multi-scale at its ability, which is the other hidden ability, the one I use Calvi's ability patch for. Multi-scale just means that at full HP it takes half damage. Pretty useful ability. And its moveset is Outrage, Hurricane, Extreme Speed, and Fire Punch. and that's where the normal terra typing comes into use because, extreme speed plus, terra typing to it means that you suddenly, you're not going to get any super effective bonuses to it, but, you'll have a raw 120 power, because of stat bonus on a +2 priority. And there's not many moves that are +2 priority or better. It also gets past some of the, gets past a lot of the +1 priority moves. Like, you can't get sucker punched out of it, as I have dealt with on multiple occasions.
That's fair.
It sucks. But honestly, I don't use my Dragonite too much, but they're useful.
Yeah.
For my pivot Pokemon, and for those who are like, for terminology purposes, the pivots in Pokemon are basically ones that you like. I think the best way to describe it is just like, hey, you go to them as like, I need to wait for more information, or I need to have someone to tank something for a second. They're not your powerhouses. They have other utility though. Rotom apparently can do some pretty damaging work if I try hard enough.
That's fair.
Do I need to get you in there a bag of cookies?
Eventually.
I just can't see how many you have left.
I mean, I have a full stack of gingerbread, but also I'm not entirely sure what I want to decorate with those quite yet.
That's fair.
Like, a lot of that will probably be doing, like, faces and stuff, which will be that bag.
Gotcha.
Pink.
Yeah, so Rotom Heat. So the electric fire version is my pivot. I originally had it as Rotom Wash, but then I realized there's way too much fucking steel in this meta. There is way too much steel in this meta. And I understand why, especially when it comes to terra typing. It's like, ooh, you can cover so many weaknesses. Yeah. But also, fuck steel.
In order to cover all weaknesses, you become weak to one thing.
Well,
At least it feels like one thing.
I think there's a couple of things I forget. Like, the main weaknesses for steel are fire, fighting. I mean, and I think there's one more that's super effective against steel. I should know the Pokemon type chart right now, but given how many times I pulled it up, but I cannot seem to remember it for the life of me.
To be fair, like, it's a lot more than when you had last played it.
Not really. The only thing that really changed was that they added therapy.
When did you last play it?
Gen 2.
Steel was in Gen 2?
Yeah, Dark and Steel were introduced Gen
Gotcha.
2. Because Steelix was introduced. I'm trying to think of like something more notable. Steel Pokemon of Gen 2.
That was
I feel like Steelix was the most notable one. Because everyone was like, oh, an Onyx evolution. Ooh. Scizor was introduced in Gen 2.
Gotcha.
Anyway, so Rotom Heat has Overheat because that's it's Volt Switch, which, as we found out, Copper hates Volt Switch. To hear most people hate Volt Switch because it's like, what are you going to do with this?
Honestly, I don't know because I haven't done any competitive.
Yeah, Thunder Wave, which is nice, and Trip, because sometimes I just want your fucking item.
Less that you want the item and more that you don't want them to have the item.
Yeah. I mean, typically I wait until they pop Let me rephrase that before I finish that sentence. Before I use my berry.
Are you proud of yourself?
No, I'm not.
See, the thing is that I actually don't know where you're going with that, so I'm just like, indulge me.
Just think about what it sounds like.
I think you underestimate how head empty I am today.
I probably, yeah. I mean, Hio got it.
What you used to be.
But yeah, so basically the idea of Rotom Wash is it's a good tanky Pokemon. It has a lot of HP, has decent defense and special defense. I can just throw it out, you know, to go and take a hit or two.
Yeah.
And typically, like, you can do some fuckery before you either Volt Switch out or it gets KO'd. You know, typically a Thunder Wave, you know, if I can, I'll do a trick to take whatever item they're holding, because, you know, like, I'll even trick, like, even if I know my opponent's using Black Sludge, I'll trick it away, because I don't want them fucking healing. This, like, Black Sludge only heals, right? Always, let me just look at the exact, if held by opposing type Pokemon, the holder restores 1/16 of its maximum HP, rounded down, but not less than 1, at the end of each turn. If held by a Pokemon that's not poison type, the holder takes damage equal to 1/8 of its maximum HP, rounded up, but not less than 1. Oh, sorry, rounded down, but not less than 1, at the end of each turn. So yeah, like, I would rather not let you have effectively a second leftovers. Like, Rotom is a good boy. They can take...
Rotom is a good boy.
Yeah, so... I'll do some fuckery with that, switch out, and then I have a special attacker, Scarnivore, who beats the Glass Cannon, and... Oh, sorry,
I'm trying to decide if they need to sit out for longer, or if I should
Probably
go
sit
ahead.
Probably sit out just a little bit longer, like, it's mostly there.
Mostly there. I know a lot of the iron racks are in the dishwasher. They're clean, but I had to clean them.
You want me to swim into the rack?
Yes, and then once it's full up, maybe. Oops.
Well, there's room for one more on this rack. Unless I shift stuff around.
That is possible.
Okay, I can get 2 more on here.
There we go. Then yeah, I guess we'll need the bigger rack if you can.
You said it's in the dishwasher.
Yes. Both of them are honestly in there if you want to grab both of them. I know there were more games I played this year. I don't know if they were good enough to put them on like a sort of like
Yeah.
best game for me kind of thing. You don't have to worry. Give me a moment over.
So yeah, my special attackers is, you know, Gardevoir, who mostly is just a giant fucking glass cannon. with her choice specs because, you know, choice specs increases special attack by 50%, but locks you into one move once you use until you switch out. Which, you know, that's the reason why we have pivots.
Yeah.
And you know, Gardevoir has Moonblast, Psychic. Originally it was using Psyshock, but I realized like there's very few special defenders in the current meta. Because Psyshock is the one that's kind of like Psychic, but instead of it's a special, but Psyshock, even though it's a special attack, calculates based on opponent's special physical defense.
Gotcha.
So, which is interesting, except, you know, when it's such a defense-heavy, you know, meta, there's no point for it. Then there has Mythical Fire, because that's probably the strongest fire-type special move I can learn this generation right now. Only Gardevoir can. And then Thunderbolt, because why the fuck not?
I still don't know what I want to do with these, but...
And then I have a Gholdengo, who's the evolution of Gimmighoul, the little treasure box mimic Pokemon that was featured in like all the reviews. Not all of them, but at least a couple of them. Which has Make It Rain, its special ability, because he has a 130 special attack, 130 steel type special attack, but that has 100% accuracy. But the main problem is that it lowers its special attack by 2 levels. You know, which hurts quite a bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Shadow Ball, because it's a ghost type, you need to have at least one ghost move on it. What else do I have? Nasty Plot now. If I get, because you know, it raises special attack by 2 levels, which hurts on the upper direction. It makes it so that I can just use Make It Rain to, you know, double the attack of it, and then reset my attack if need it. And I think I also have Trick on Gholdengo, because its item is Air Balloon.
Not the best little guy, but
Eh,
it's a little guy.
yeah. I'm sure people would eat it all the same.
I mean, not these ones. These are ones that turned out a little crunchy. Honestly, I probably just should have had them more thick than the recipe told me.
Eh.
And not cooked them for 9 minutes instead of I should have cooked them for 7 minutes, which is fine.
Yeah. But, because nothing's like, oh, someone pops the air balloon and then I just switch their, you know, take their item from them, because, you know, it's like, here's some busted balloons, have fun. So that's 5 of my 6 Pokemon. And then the last one is the wild card, because sometimes it's just hilarious to start a fight with Maushold.
You call it a wild card, but you've used it a lot.
It's still the wild card, because, like, there are plenty of ways to deal with it. Like any Pokemon that has a Rocky Helmet on it, my gods will fucking murder me. Rocky Helmet is any move that makes contact will deal damage to the attacker. So, like, for example, if I see Garchomp on a team, typically it will have a Rocky Helmet on it. I don't know why Garchomp is the one that gets it usually.
Don't know.
I just noticed a lot of Garchomps with it. But the thing is that I will do a decent chunk of damage, but also I will get KO'd faster than I KO them. Which, you know. Also, given the amount of ghost Pokemon in the current meta, you know, there's 3 notable ghost Pokemon: Skellydirge, you know, the you know, Bitey Boys, Final Evolution, Goldango, because it's Ghost Steel with good as Gold as his ability, which that's still a bullshit ability to be fair.
Oh, no worries, Tio. Nessie was a little bit hidden behind the tree. I honestly just pulled the Nessie a little bit more forward.
Yeah. Dragapult. The speedy dragon ghost Pokemon. Like, those 3 are all present in all of them. If they switch out, anticipating, you know, if they all switch out with the anticipation of, you know, Population Bomb would just fail. Which, then again, if that's the reason why if I see someone who has like 2 or 3 ghost types and I have Maushold in my party at the time, I will assume that they are just going to switch to one of their ghost types, assuming that I'm going to use Population Bomb, and I just use the turn to tidy up. And it almost always works. Almost. Sometimes
it's all a mind game that I cannot follow.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, but, you know, Population Bomb with... Well, first of all, it has Technician, so it's weak moves. So Technician is any move that has a base power of 60 or less gets a 50% increase in power. So Population Bomb, which has a base power of 20, becomes 30. And then since it's same type, because it's normal type, it becomes 45. But it's an accuracy-based move. It's 90% accuracy that can hit multi-hit. So I use Wide Lens so that it has a 10% multiplicative increase to its accuracy. So it's about 90. So it's instead of having 90% accuracy on it, it's 99% accurate on it, and it can hit up to 10 times, which means it can have an effective power of 450.
See, I don't think about Pokemon this in.
Yeah.
I was like, Pikmin music.
Say?
Oh, Kyo was asking us a song. That was Pikmin 3. You are correct.
But see, that's the thing.
Actually, I should probably
Like,
just-
if it wasn't for the numbers, I don't know if I would be as depth with Pokemon.
I'll do that. Sorry, I'm just moving things around.
Like, I just, you know, I find the numbers fascinating.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's why I can't do competitive, because I'm just like, I know it's going to require me to know things, and I don't know things. At least if I want to do good in competitive. I could go into competitive and not do good, and technically that's doing competitive.
Yeah,
But
to be fair, from what I've seen, like, there's the only difference between the low, like, the meta is pretty, like, I've ran into basically the same Pokemon all throughout the ladder. The only difference is how much like, because everyone seems to be just copying off each other. So the difference tends to be how well can you play the mind games, which is actually kind of neat in some way. I just wish there was a little bit more diversity in the current meta.
I don't feel like I could play the mind game very well.
Well, basically the question becomes like, when do you think one step ahead? When do you think two steps ahead?
And that's the thing. Like sometimes maybe I'll have one step ahead, maybe.
Right, but that's the thing. Like, there were times where it's like, okay, if I, like, for example, Meowscarada is a perfect example of where I need to go and plan ahead very well.
Mm-hmm.
Because of Protean, I literally have one, like, if I use a move, I drop all my current typings and just become that type. So if my opponent has a very dragon-heavy team, I'm winning, like, even if the Pokemon in front of me might be weak against Dark or might be weak against Grass, I still might use Play Rough. Why? It's not because I'm worried about I'm not worried about the Pokemon the person in front of me. Sometimes I am. But it might be like, oh, if I use Play Rough, I will become Fairy type, which means I can become immune to fucking Dragon moves.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I just go, oh, I'm going to just use Knockoff because no matter what Pokemon you send out, as long as they have an item, I will just knock it out of their hands, and you won't have that, and fuck you.
Because fuck you.
Exactly.
I very desperately want to try a mustache, I think.
And I think that's what works for me. It's just like,
Oh, that is not very nice.
Like, the mind games for me, I'm not saying that they are simple. I'm saying they are rather straightforward for me, if that makes sense.
It does.
Like, I'm not saying, like, obviously there have been times where I've been duped. There have been times where I should have just went and fucking, did a murder with Mousehold, instead of trying to use Tidy Up in anticipation of my opponent's move.
And then there's me that's just kind of like, what if today I managed to catch a shiny? Maybe. I haven't devoted a whole lot of time to it because I need to get some herbs, I think, to make some proper sandwiches to boost even further beyond.
But yeah, and
You've gotten super into the Pokemon.
yeah, like I've said before, Gardevoir has become like my low-key MVP of the team because it's just like, oh look, she's my glass cannon. She's like, her special attack is effectively 300 and something, and with most of her moves against most Pokemon who don't have a suitable HP or a special defense pool. And even some of the ones that do, she'll one-shot them. It's just like, yeah, sometimes you just need to go, fuck you, I'm gonna blast you. Because sometimes that's literally just the solution, right?
Apparently so. Man, this is not very nice.
And then sometimes you just get dumb luck like me, who's like, oh, I have a Mousehold against Skelly Dirge. Fuck. Well, I don't want to do a hard switch. I'm just going to keep him biting and then get 3 flinches in a row.
That poor person was probably so upset.
For a flinch is, for those who don't know the map, a flinch with, there are certain moves that do flinch and they have a 30% chance of causing flinch base. So 30% chance times to the third power, because 3 times in a row is 2.7% chance. Which, it's not it's not impossible, but also it's definitely a big fuck you.
Now imagine that you have a chance of winning, and then you can't do a ding dang thing.
Because of a fucking mouse biting at your ankles.
Yep. Also, I don't remember if I said earlier, Kyo, winter sale's going on. I don't know if Shovel Knight Dig is a part of that, but it might be. Man, well, this one sure is in existence. Only 10% off. Gotcha.
Yeah. To be fair, what I should do is at some point, when I say some point, because there's still plenty of seasons left. I don't know when they plan on capping out season 1 of Pokemon. It's just trying to see if I can work my way up the master rank. See what's the lowest number I can get.
Yeah. No, I get you.
Because like I said, the meta seems very stagnant, mostly for the worse. But yeah, what I'm expecting to happen is that basically come season 2, they're gonna probably ban a few Pokemon that are over-present in the meta and whatnot.
Right.
And at that point, I'm probably gonna have to switch up my team drastically.
Yeah.
I don't think Fairy and/or Fire are going to be as necessary come next season. That's basically my prediction.
Nah, that's fair.
Because, how often have you turned watching me do a battle and it's just, Gardevoir just fucking spamming Moving Blast, trying to murder everything possible before they get taken down?
You don't know, honestly.
It feels often enough.
Which is fair.
Because half the time it's just you have Dragon Pokemon. I don't want you to have Dragon Pokemon. Well, Moonblast.
Fair. Also, nice Kyo. Chori was a very good time. Very real, but also a very good time. I haven't bought anything off of the winter sale. I think I'm gonna wait till we pop into January.
Yeah.
Because from what I was told, if I bought something I've streamed, I can technically apply to the taxes thing. So I don't want to buy a whole bunch of games in December and not stream them for this year. And then try and figure it out next year. I'll just wait till it hits January, so that way that's just a part of next year's taxes kind of thing. Taxes are time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also own all the Yakuza's, I think, now.
Not all of them. We don't have 6, we don't have 7.
We have 7.
Maybe
I'm fairly certain I grabbed it off of
a different
PlayStation
sale.
for free.
That's a different story.
I'm pretty sure.
We don't have 6 then. That's just
Was 6 not a part of it?
No. They only did HD they only did remasters of 3, 4, and 5.
Gotcha.
So
Okay, well, I stand corrected then.
because I mean, from what I know of 6, like, it's still a Yakuza game, and I haven't heard bad things about it, but it definitely seemed like it came out at kind of a funny point, because if I remember correctly, it came, like, people were making jokes about it being Dad of Yakuza, like, you know, Dad of War.
Oh, gotcha.
Because it does focus. There's a lot of things that happened in the Yakuza series, and yeah, we'll get there. But
I still also need to do the actual God of War next year, in between all the Yakuzas.
Yeah.
Which was another thing I didn't buy this year because I knew I wasn't gonna have the time. No, that's fair. I guess I'll just be getting a metaphorically rosy cheek, I guess. Man, that sure is something. I'm gonna put this away now. That one is something. But no, I'm pretty sure I grabbed 7 off of the PlayStation Store.
That works.
There are just so many games. And the only thing that I can recall that's coming out next year I'm excited about is The Legend of Zelda.
Yeah.
I can't mentally think if there's like anything else coming out. I could check. Oh, apparently I left Twitch on my phone. Rip the battery. Hades 2? Does Hades 2 come out next year?
I think
Hey J12, that's for actually naming a thing. That's actually not for like a metaphorical. Final Fantasy 16. I need to actually play other Final Fantasies before I delve into like.
I mean, you know, like,
I want to.
yeah, but you're not going to do all of them from 1 to 15.
Also, because it has no like important information, and I think it's funny. The little nugget is my wallpaper for my phone. I know it's like super bright, so it's kind of hard to see, but Nugget is there. Nugget is not Let's look at him. Also, Chad is cute. I hope you're having a good holiday, J12.
Yeah, we still need to prepare for that Splatfest.
We do.
I mean, I'm basically prepared.
I need to prepare. I need to prepare a lot. Not gonna lie.
I mean, I could always just be a dick and just go in with pure move speed with my wiper. And just be a fucking terror.
That is something you could technically do. That's right. A remake of Dead Space and Resident Evil 4 come out next year.
I'm not, like I said, I'm like, Dead Space, I'm indifferent to. The remake of RE4.
No, that's fair.
I feel like I'm getting Skyrim syndrome from RE4, except RE4 was original Skyrim syndrome.
Fair. Also, Merry Christmas. Definitely not doing that game, even though I recognize it.
Which game?
Hogwarts.
Oh. Oh, fuck that.
Fuck that.
Fuck that. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you people. If you get Hogwarts Legacy, we will judge you. No, there's no debate about this.
Like, the story of it is just... It's not great. It's not great, especially knowing what we know about her. Team Spicy, I know, like, it's so caught between Team Spicy or
I
Sleep.
think he was just making a comment at me.
I mean, also Splatoon is what we were talking about before.
Yeah, but I think...
I guess that Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe comes out in February?
I've heard nothing about that.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying I was being spicy, Kyo. To be fair.
Unless this is the wrong... No, it says this is 2023.
Return to
What was the
Dreamland.
game?
Oh, Return to Dreamland was
the
the
Hogwarts Legacy
Yeah.
game. The one where the goblins want more rights. And
You're basically putting down a union strike.
yeah, you're basically putting down a union strike for the goblins to have better working conditions.
Yeah. Like I
It
said,
doesn't-
if you do get that game, we will judge you. This is the one, like,
It does not feel great.
there's not many games, like, I won't judge you if you get a Grand Theft Auto game. I don't personally have any, like, good feelings about Grand Theft Auto. There's a few Rockstar games I actually kind of do like Red Dead Redemption. I never played 2, but, like, and even Bully I liked. Because you're not actually playing the boy, you know.
Yeah. Thank you. Like, I know there's like a Harry Potter like place here in New York somewhere because one of my siblings a while ago had sent it to me, and I had at one point thought about it, but like knowing all the shit that's come out even more so, it's just like no,
Yeah.
thank you.
I
I'm
mean,
not going there.
we
I'm not giving any money.
we are mildly curious about River City Girls 2. Now, for anyone who remembers our playthrough of it, it was definitely, and we ended that playthrough with the most bitterest of tongues.
Especially for the fact that it was last episode when we found out the food situation.
Yeah,
Because
it was
of the fact that I
like
was
either
looking
the last episode or second to last episode.
And like it was because of the fact that I was trying to look up book situation.
Yeah. And I think it wasn't even on stream. We figured it out.
Yeah. And to be fair, like, the dude was at Indieland, and one of the things he had said on stream was that he looked for feedback in the sense of he would go into people's streams that were playing it and would kind of like talk to him as if he doesn't know what it's about and be like, hey, like, you know, what's this?
So in River City Girls, one of the mechanics that is not very well explained, at least in our opinion, not very well explained, is that you go around town, you know, River City, you buy items, and you are, most of them is like food items and whatnot that heal you. But the thing is that all the food items, the first time you eat them, have a secondary effect of increasing your stats. Now, one thing we discovered the hard way is that there are books to buy, but you're supposed to keep them in your inventory and not consume them.
Which meant that
You spend $180 in game currency, which is a lot.
the other thing was that, like, what tipped it off was the fact that because I had used the books, I had a lot more weapon, like, stats than he did, like, an obscene amount.
Right.
And it wasn't like I was picking up weapons more regularly than him after I got the books, like I had been, but not to the degree where it should have been that vastly different of a stat. And then found out that it needed to be each of us consuming one of each item.
Right, including the weaker heals and whatnot.
And at no point in the game did it ever explain it to you?
Oh, I don't remember it.
No, I went and looked back through all the footage. Remember, I told you this. I went back and I looked through all the footage, and at no point did it ever explain that you needed to consume one of each item to be able to gain stats.
Or consume unique items, yeah, something like that.
And that was one of the things that he had gotten feedback on as a, hey, like, this wasn't clearly explained. So it is something they've actually, like, applied better to River City Girls too, so I'm glad for that.
And also, the revive system seems a little less, you know, I don't know what's the best way of putting it. Less
aggressive looking?
Well, I mean, no, it's still the same aggressive where you're just stomping on your friend, trying to put their soul back in their.
Oh, I think what it was is that it looked like it was more effective. It looked like it actually like was better at it instead of just having to like feel like you're continuously stomping and it's like slowly going down.
Right, and because you basically what we were having to do is like stomp, quickly do some sort of knockback to all the enemies, stomp, you know.
Yes. As a note, another thing that comes out next year is that Bayonetta Origins that comes out in March.
Which I imagine we'll do.
Yeah. Apparently another Oni game is coming out.
Oni?
Oni Road to be the Mightiest Oni. Like Oni in the Forgotten Forest.
Ori.
Or maybe I'm thinking of a different one then. Because it's Oni. I'm
Okay.
probably... Don't mind me. I'm apparently a dingus a little bit.
Or dyslexic.
Both. Apparently I think the full release of Have a Nice Death comes out in March.
I've seen that game from like Viz and you know they played that
From
on Dan and they played it on GDQ. I'll admit, I'm not really interested.
That's fair.
Like I'm not saying like
I know you would be interested in Peppa Pig's World Adventures that comes out on March 17th. Yeah.
Night J12.
Have a good night, J12. Thanks for coming by. I know I haven't decorated more cookies. I will in a sec.
Will you? No.
Yes, I will. May is the Legend of Zelda game. A Diablo game comes out.
No.
Which, no, not gonna do that. And then this list only has it up till July, and I think that's about as far ahead as we have in terms of actual release games,
Yeah.
like titles.
And the thing is that like I'm going back to Diablo. It's like I don't even know if it's actually Diablo 4 that they're talking about releasing, but also it's like, why would you trust Activision Blizzard with anything right now? I don't trust them with their own IPs.
Unfortunately, nobody can actually tell them no, though.
No. But also, like
they own that shit, so
like if you still enjoy World of Warcraft or whatnot, you're allowed to, but also like we're not angry, we're just disappointed.
like I'm not going to diss anyone that is wanting to still like put forth money, because I know ultimately there are a lot of people that worked on the game that put a lot of heart and soul into it that are not a part of those shitty like, you know, conversations.
Though we will still
actions or
judge
anything
you
like
for
that.
Hogwarts Legacy. That one we will absolutely judge you for.
I don't see how it could be fun to break up a union and try and say how it's bad.
Yeah. Anyway,
I'm not saying I'm gonna judge you for it, but like
I will.
I question it a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good point, Kia. Me and Kavi had talked about that because Kavi was thinking about doing Sekiro, but
Yeah, like at one point I had considered buying it. I had it on my wish list for when I wanted to be able to play it, but then like when all the stuff came out about it. It's just like, I don't feel like right now I could do anything in good faith for it. Same as like the Crash Bandicoot games. Like, I don't feel like I could go through it as like a first time playthrough, or like stream Epcarnus being able to go through the Mario Rabbids game, because like I don't know how to ethically like kind of do that.
And there are some people who are like, oh, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, which is true, but you can at least take the effort to try to do more ethical decision making, not at least blatantly unethical ones.
And I'm not gonna judge anyone that wants to do that. I just personally, I don't feel like right now I can. I don't know what it is they would have to do for me to change that for me, but
it's kind of like the people who are like, I think a good example of like the difference between like, look, I understand that like whenever you go to any like supermarket or whatnot, like there's you know, there are not going to be things, there are going to be things that you're going to, you know, not everything is going to be ethically sourced or, you know, not involve like child labor or something like that. But also, you know what? If you go to a crafts goods store, you could go to any one of them besides Hobby Lobby.
yeah, I've gone to Hobby Lobby exactly one time, and that was before I found out like what shit they had done. So it's just like, yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
I know you're like the one place I can find Copics markers, but at this point, I'll just grab online
right
whenever I can.
Like, yeah, do I? It's kind of like, yes, are fast food places nightmares in terms? You know, like, is there a lot of problems with fast food places? Sure, but also don't eat at fucking Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Like, I think this.
I've never been to a Chick-fil-A, and luckily, also never going to. Just never going to.
The only time I've been to a Chick-fil-A was kind of before I knew what was going on, and that was in 2012, because I went, and the thing is, okay, so I have been to a Chick-fil-A once, and I was temporarily living in Atlanta, for about a 2-month period, basically before I went in, at like getting paid for my like being a contractor. And the problem is like, I don't know what exactly led to us going to the Chick-fil-A, but we went there, and I remember I wrote on the receipt, like, I put like a decent, like I put a little can, like, I didn't order much. I think I just got like some basic like nuggets or whatever.
Yeah.
And you know, I put like a couple, like I put like a 10% tip, because, you know, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna be that person. And then they decided to ignore the decimal place. So instead of being like I only ordered like $5 of food, so I only did like 50 cents. They decided that I had tipped like another $5. It's like, no, what the fuck?
Wait.
So, like, I had wrote, like, you know, they had the tip line on the receipt.
Right.
And it was like $5 and like 50 something, $5.50 something cents, and I basically rounded up so they would become $6.
Okay.
And whoever processed it decided that I had not put the decimal place where I put it clearly on the receipt. So instead of tipping like an extra like 40 cents, I had tipped like $4 on a $5 meal. And it's like, that was, and then like I found out about all the, like, I later found out about all the Chick-fil-A stuff and whatnot. It's like, yeah, no, like, there's some Chick-fil-A's in like notable spots around here in New York City. Like, there's literally one outside the Barclays Center, which is which is like the major center for like the Brooklyn Nets and a lot of, you know, concerts and whatnot. And we've been there times at this point. 2 or 3 times. I think 2.
3, I think, but I'm
MCR, Gorillas, back. It's fine. Oh yeah, let's try even if thing is that we know there are certain publishers and whatnot who do stuff that behind the scenes that we don't hear about, but at least we can actively avoid the shittiest of the shittiest.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to go and literally put money in Bobby Kotick's pockets.
And there's even still a part of me that's still kind of me streaming on Twitch also kind of lines Vince's pockets in some capacity, but also I at least have other options, so it doesn't feel as shitty, I guess.
Yeah, and also we don't encourage people to sub. Yes, sometimes I'll skip subs. Sometimes we'll do stuff, but it's just it's not. It's one of those things that it's just
yeah, I don't want people to feel pressured to feel like they have to give me stuff to warrant being here, which is also why I've never run any ads, at least actively on Twitch's side. I've run it during BRBs just because I know that sometimes it will work to where if people come in from a raid, they're not getting hit with an ad sometimes, or coming in to peek in, say hello, that they're not being met immediately with an ad. But also it doesn't feel great. Especially for the fact that, from what I've heard, and I'm not entirely sure how true it is because I haven't dug in deeper to it, and I want to, is the fact that letting Twitch run, their little ad thing based on, their metrics and whatnot, apparently helps with discoverability on the platform.
Which is kind of shitty.
It is shitty.
I understand why on a business side you do that, but also it's shitty.
Yeah, and it makes me feel okay, I have to run ads to be able to kind of get more out there. But also I just feel it would be shitty to kind of take that back, because then it kind of makes it look oh, you're kind of just doing it to get whatever money you can.
Clout chasing.
Yeah. Which instead it would just be I would like this to be more of a bigger thing as time goes on, and I don't mind waiting that time for it to become more bigger. But it also kind of sucks to know that Twitch is going to be holding me back in terms of that, of well, you don't run ads, so we're gonna make it harder for people to find you. Which is what I take that as, so it's just well, now I'm caught in what feels like a catch-22 of I either run the ads so it's easier for people to find me, or I don't run ads so people that do come in have a comfy time, and it makes it harder for people to find me.
Yeah. But anyway,
shit's hard.
There might be no ethical consumption under capitalism, but it doesn't mean you have to throw away your ethics in order to, do what you want. You can still try to observe a basic level of ethicalness. Words are hard.
Words are hard.
While trying to get done, what you need to get done. We've unfortunately seen that there are some people who are willing to toss aside those ethics, you know, to keep moving forward, you know, big and small. You know, and yeah. And of course, there are some people, you know, there's some people who didn't have ethics in the beginning, and fortunately, a lot of those people were crypto people, and they're getting their asses kicked.
All until something else comes along,
Yeah, which is now the new thing is AIR.
which fucking sucks.
Yeah, I mean, as I've made note before, the Venn diagram of AIR people and crypto people is basically a fucking circle.
AI art is essentially even more so the comic where it's just like, I made this.
Yeah. And it is like, you made this? And then they stare at it and they just go, I made this. Yeah.
Yeah. And what sucks is that, like, it leaked. I guess leaked isn't the proper thing. It mushed over to Facebook, where they were just kind of like, hey, give us a photo and we'll artify it, essentially.
Yeah.
And a lot of people that I know were doing it. It's just like, this is great. It's just like, no, it's not. No, it's not.
And the problem is that people don't understand how AI, I think fundamentally the problem with AI art is the same problem with the early NFT situation, where people didn't fundamentally understand why it was as bad as it was.
I had one person, like one of my friends, like understand that it was bad and was just kind of like, this was neat. I'll wait till it's more ethic, and it's just like, why are you posting it to begin with? You're giving it more power. I know you've already done it apparently, but also like, I don't know the timeline where you did this and whether or not it was before or after you found out that this was a shitty thing. I don't want... It makes it hard to feel like, oh yeah, maybe I could make something more of my art, to look at that and be like, man, I am easily replaceable at this point. And I know that's not the case. I know that's what they want AI art to be, but also it's just like,
I don't...
It's not... It can't be.
Right. And I think it's just going to be one of those things where it's just like, there's... Like,
Sorry, Merry Christmas, everybody. Let's talk about shitty things in the world.
I mean, we're going to get here eventually.
Honestly, no.
This is basically your recap.
I figured the full year recap was going to be during Mario Party, where someone's already going to be having a bad time.
I mean... I mean, you think we're just going to talk about video games?
No, because, like, Mario Party and capitalism kind of go hand in hand sometimes.
So do video games and capitalism.
Huh?
So do video games and capitalism.
I know, but, like, Mario Party brings out the most in it sometimes. This is a holiday gathering after all. Man, I've not wished my family any sort of like Merry Christmas or anything like that. I have not dipped into the family Snapchat in months.
I mean, that's probably for the better.
I mean, yes.
I mean, I have no room to talk you know my family situation. People will know my family situation where the only person that I have a somewhat palpable relationship with is my father.
Even then, that's kind of on shaky grounds a lot of time.
Yeah, because he can't shut his fucking mouth.
No, that's fair. That's 1% of those stars exactly meant.
Bonus stars.
Huh?
Fuck the bonus stars.
I love the bonus stars. Bonus stars means that I did a good job.
Even if sometimes a good job was literally landing on the most red squares.
It means that I did a good job at one thing. Was it the worst thing possible? Yes, but you know what? It was still like being the best at that one thing. And I'll take it.
Yeah. So like for my situation, my father, he is so loose-lipped. I think the best way I can describe it is
He's the very definition of loose lips sink ships.
Yes. Which is funny because he used to be in the Navy. Granted, and he used to be on a fucking nuclear submarine. Yeah. When you think of those people who were out on sea like 6 months a year, or just in nuclear submarines during the Cold War, and who had the power of ending human life as we know it, my father was one of those men. As a technician. Like,
Which is a spooky thought to think of.
Yeah, it is. Especially nowadays. And I think the biggest problem, like, for example, like, so we had a very odd thing happen to us. Always, I had an odd thing happen to me, which was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. I got, like, I had missed a call because I think I was asleep.
I think you were taking a nap.
Right. And I looked at my voicemail, and it was clear that it was, like, from, like, a county jail. And it was an 845 number, which is my hometown, like, my home county's area code. So congrats, you've narrowed it down to still several 100,000 people that it might belong to. And it's like, so I naturally go.
Thank you, Hero. Some of them are looking a little questionable, but thank you.
I go and call my family, like, hey, did someone get jailed? And the answer was no, and I explained the situation. And this was after me and Calvi had found out that she had caught COVID.
Yep, brought it home and gave it to him.
Yeah, and I mentioned it in passing to my father. You know, it's like, oh, you know, yeah, we caught COVID, we'll recover, and then like 2 weeks later, I get like a fucking wall text from my mother. It's like, oh, you caught COVID? Did you do this? Did you do that? Did you make sure you double vax? It's like, I literally can't let him know about anything, because if I let him know about anything, she's gonna hear about it, and then I hear about it. I say I'm going to Austria. My mother's like, ooh, can you go and get me one of those like crystal beers over in Austria? It's like, no, I'm not going to Austria for fucking, you know, touristy reasons. I'm going to Austria because I'm going to be working for the fucking, you know, week as a tournament director. Well, not tournament director technically, but like.
And now require more.
Okay, I can get them. But it's just like, you know, this is why I can't even tell my own father, hey, I'm a furry. It's like, good gods. That's the last thing I need to open up with my fucking... I know, Akio, but my mother is the type that, like, Actually, let me go get more cookies, and then I'll go and go through some fun like texts of my mother's just to show you.
To be fair, Cube, his mother is a conspiracy theorist, so yeah. Also, M&M's. I'll send them to the disk drive for people.
Meow.
Ah.
So let me go and. Also, why did you? What did you say about my mother?
She's a conspiracy theorist.
Oh yeah, she really she yeah, she denies that she's a conspiracy theorist. She denies it. But also, she's the type of person who loves watching Ancient Aliens.
Do you want to give a preverb of what Ancient Aliens is?
Sure, why not? For those who have had their head in the sand for the last decade, or just haven't had access to cable television, Ancient Aliens is a History Channel show.
They're on my stars. Continue.
Where they go through various things in history and basically try to go, it was the aliens.
Yeah. Oh look, here are the decent gingerbread men. These were the ones that were cooked for 7 minutes. And didn't turn into crispiness.
Yeah, and as a result, the thing is that, like, and she does not quite understand how Ancient Aliens is also kind of low-key racist and sexist.
Even though she is a
Black woman who grew up in Jim Crow, New Orleans. Like, my mom, for those who haven't heard this rant before, and if you have, well, too bad you're getting it again. Like, my mother was born in Jim Crow, New Orleans in 1954. So, shit was bad when she was born, and for a good couple of decades, like, the reason why she was able to even get away from that kind of stuff is she went to the Navy as a nurse. And gods.
Is that how you and your dad and mother met?
Yep! They're both Navy folk.
Look, Navy folk are fine. It's just, I've met them.
I have, like, I don't, like, in theory, I shouldn't have an issue with military people, but I've already told you the story of that, like, how I've, somehow, like, all the military people I've ran into for, like, when it comes to, like, you know.
Yeah, and, like, 2 of my siblings, 3 of my siblings, actually, have had relationships with some sort of military men. 2 of them are actually in the army themselves, and it goes haywire.
Yeah. And also, like, I've learned the hard way that you don't play D&D with military men. And if you're a person who's in the military who plays D&D and things is aimed at you, maybe you should wonder why.
Not aimed at anyone here in chat.
No. But, okay, so... So I'll give everyone a perfect example of, like, my mother's approach to stuff. So earlier this year, when me and Callie were still house hunting, like, one of the things I had talked to my father about was, like, hey, you know, once we get this house, we're going to need a full-time car, you know, especially one that can go back and forth between said home and New York City pretty easily, because the home homes that we were looking at, especially the one that we were about to close on before I got fired, was around like 90 minutes, almost 2 hours away from the city, give or take.
Give or take.
I mean, more so because we were taking the train, but... So, I'm just going to read verbatim off
Her messages to you.
yeah. Andrew, which, yes, that's my first name because people have heard it, whatever. What type of vehicle are you looking for? Any particular one? I can help look online at Shursky dealership in Goshen at 2 Hatfield Lane off Route 17. They have certified used cars. What price range? A car no more than 2 to 3 years old. Vehicle similar to mine, an SUV, sedan, minivan, max amount of mileage, 4-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. Mine is AWD, all-wheel drive. Me. This is one of the few times I actually decided to respond to her because it's just like, I need something cheap that isn't a beater right now. Like something I can park at Beacon or drag to the city as needed. What price range? I'll call Michael Fox, who is a family friend, near home and check with him. I'll give you his number just in case you can speak with him for any suggestions. Gives the number. And I'm like, I've already talked to Dad about this. Thanks. Her. Oh, you can also check Carvana, CarGuru, or CarMax, a former co-worker, blah, blah, blah. And then she closes out by saying, have a good night, love and miss you, tell hello, Ariel I said hello. It's like, no, I'm not telling her. I mean, I did tell her, but I'm not telling her in a manner that she's going to respond back.
Exactly.
And
Like,
it's like...
so, at this point, like, I have not met this woman. The first time I ever met him, he got a picture together with him, me, and
my papa.
yes, his father. Got a picture together with me, Apkarnas, together. And this was before we told him that we were in a relationship.
Officially.
Yes.
I mean, he kind of figured it.
Yeah, but like, still. Anyways, I've never talked to her. She doesn't have my number. It's not like I've given, like, a form, like, essentially an introduction. So for me, it feels weird and also kind of trying to, like, find the means of, like, kind of talking to me to find out more about him with extending, like, that type of hello that insinuates that we're on speaking terms with each other.
Yeah. To go a little bit older, going to last year. So, you know, there were some storms that came by last year during the summertime. This is the wall text that my mother sent me. Hey Drew, please be sure to prepare for a tropical storm which will probably become a hurricane. Remember flashlight batteries and battery operated radio and bottled water in case you lose power. Don't forget some bag ice in just in case. Also, hopefully you have a gas stove. Please, you and Ariel take care of me. Yes, I know you need this. I know you know these things. You just need to text anyway. It's a mom thing. It's like, if you know I know these things, then fuck off. Like, it's one thing, like, to give some context, like, one of the biggest problems with my mother is that she never truly trusted me to live on my own. Even when I went to college, she would literally sneak things into my bags as I was going back to the college dorms because she didn't think I would ever didn't think I packed enough stuff for myself, and to the point it resulted in, like, literally when my father would be the one who would drive me to my apartment dorm because it was usually like a 4.5 hour drive. And what would usually happen is that I would unpack and then I would immediately have to go and, like, sort out the things that I know I didn't have in my bag that she probably stuck into my bags and literally, like, hand them to my father to return back home. And it got to the point where it got so bad, I would literally sleep with my bags in wherever I was sleeping for the night before I went back to campus because I just did not want my mother to sneak shit into my bags.
It was very controlling.
Yeah.
That's what I get from it as well. Especially for, like, these kinds of texts that, like, yes, on one hand, they can seem like a mother trying to look out for her kid, but also like it comes across, especially at like this level, as controlling.
Yeah, like the way I
Also, this is a happy little guy.
the way I phrase it is that she wants to live, like, she has always wanted to live vicariously through me, because I'm one of three children. My two sisters are fuck ups in their own right. One went to college for one semester and failed every class besides horseback riding. It's so like this is
Sorry, this is what you get with like webcam. You actually get to see me talking with my hands, which is what I do. I do this all the time.
yeah, no, she does.
I talk with my hands. A lot.
No, seriously, like she got an A in horseback riding, but she failed every other course there that she had, and she dropped out after one semester of college. And then proceeded. So then she had a kid with someone who was immediately cheated on her, and then had a child custody case that lasted. That only ended because the child's father died from a heart attack in the middle of a mall with his child in hand.
It's fucked up, man.
Yeah. Like, no, like, the guy was an asshole. But also, he was her asshole.
It's just like that's a traumatizing thing to happen to a kid.
Though, to be fair, like, said kid.
I know.
I'm not on good terms with
I
him
know.
anyway. And then...
You don't have to like kids, just don't be...
And then she proceeded
kids.
to be dating an oil man, had a kid with him, and then he paid for her to get through college, and
Look, much better stuff. Like, continue.
she proceeded to go, like, as much as I don't care about like achievements or whatnot, like I was supposed to be the first person to actually like get a proper 4-year degree in my family. She beat me by 1 week because of the fact that even though she's like 13 years my elder, it was like, And then comes to find out she was cheating on him with a corrections officer, who she's now had 3 kids with. And by have 3 kids, I mean, yes, they've had 3 kids, but also they abandoned the eldest child because apparently he doesn't like dealing with female children and whatnot. It's just it's complicated.
It's a mess.
Yes, and then there's my middle sister, who we've always had a rocky relationship because we were closer in age, but you know, the breaking point was I basically told her at PAX East 2018 that I felt like I was being third wheeled by her and her boyfriend, or whatever they are now, and it's like, hey, you know, I wanted to do something with you, but that's apparently not happening. And also, like, you know, when it came to PAX West, which we wanted to both do later that year, I just told her, hey, don't tell me what your plans are for PAX West, so I don't have reason to be disappointed.
Yeah.
She came to my room half drunk because she was at some sort of party, because she had, at the time, she had access to, like, various groups. Like, she used to run PR for fucking Tiny Build.
Used to.
I don't think she does anymore, but
Right.
You know, and for those who somehow don't know who Tiny Build is, they're, you know, a pretty well-known indie publisher. Like, I mean, to be fair, the game they most infamously have published is probably the one they least want to acknowledge they publish, which is Hello Neighbor. They also published Party Hard, which is the one where you're playing the neighbor who doesn't want to deal with the party house across the street. So you go and literally murder the entire party.
Well, I've never heard that before, so that's
It's actually kind of a fun game.
Oh god.
It's comical in its approach, but also yeah.
Also, I feel you there, Kyo. It's just like I would want to feel like I at least have a moderate amount of my shit together. And like knowing that there are like so many people out there, they're just kind of like, yeah, I'll keep the kid. It's just like, do you have your shit together to do this?
Yeah, and then there's me who, I keep on bringing up the One Onion article of the Calvi, which is like a 2-year-old doesn't realize he's the basis for 2-year-old at airport doesn't realize he's the basis. Or I don't know if it's an airport or something. It's like 2-year-old at grocery store is the basis for 6 couples not having 6 other couples not having children.
Basically.
Because I'm sorry, like I would like to think I have enough patience with children because I used to do tutoring. And I used to be very, I used to enjoy tutoring because it's like, oh, I'm teaching them stuff. But then I see how kids, just let their, I don't want to be that guy, but also I see parents see how they let their child off the leash, metaphorically.
Yeah.
And it's like, I could not be that parent. I can understand letting your kids have fun, but there's a very fine line between fun and nuisance in public.
I sometimes go and just read the "Are you am I the asshole" articles on Reddit. Sometimes I'll just lay in bed and read them. And there was one that I had read where it was just am I the asshole for telling this I forget I think it was essentially where it is mothering a stranger's kid, and it was they were at a restaurant and there was a family gathering not too far away, and this kid was just running up and down and servers were starting to get tripped kind of thing, it was a hazard, but the mother was not doing shit, and the kid had came up to this woman's belongings and took the hat and started walking off with it, and she pulled him aside, called him back over. It's just hey, this is my things, you didn't ask for one, and two, we don't know each other, you can't be coming and taking things. Mm-hmm. And he was looking down being not saying anything, and then the mother then keys into the fact of oh, I should actually get up and come take a look at what my child is doing, and got mad at the girl because of the fact that it's just kind of you could have just let him hold the hat, it's not a big deal. It's just no, you don't understand, it's not their belongings.
Yeah, I mean, on a very personal and similar note, is I remember with my eldest nephew, my eldest sister's second child, I remember, I was at home for whatever reason. I was using my family's landline because my family is still one of the few households that actually has a proper landline. To be fair, the house is built in the early 1900s. It probably wasn't meant for much cabling in the first place, and it's but my nephew, who was very young, didn't quite know, he wasn't young enough that it's he's still exploring and whatnot. So I was trying to make a call, and he, being a curious child, naturally was trying to go reach for the phone and touch stuff. So what I did was just take my, my thumb and my middle finger, basically make it a little circle and put it around his arm so he can move it too far forward.
Right.
And basically she was trying to accuse me of hurting her child. It's no, I'm barely even touching him. And it's just
I don't know, man. People are weird.
Yeah, I mean, my elder sister's a bitch, but yeah. Like, all in all, just like, I don't know if I don't know if I mean, I think my main justification for not wanting kids nowadays is I just don't trust the world enough.
Which is fair. The world is a scary place.
Yeah, that's true, Ark.
That is true, Ark.
Hi, by the way.
I think Ark has been lurking.
I haven't mentioned so, but also hi anyway.
The world is a scary place, and it's hard to kind of justify wanting to bring a life into that, knowing like how it like goes down.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't have wanted to bring a kid into existence with like Trump being in presidency, and there is that scary notion of like he might have some power at some point again. So it's just like, what do you do?
Yeah, and even like you like
Back to provide assassin start. That's fair.
I mean, even if he doesn't get in power, what person on the other, on that side of the political spectrum do you trust? And the answer is none of them.
Nope, that's fair. Roe v. Wade's gone.
Yeah.
That sure was a thing that happened this year. Sorry, this is now some deep talk, real talk.
And and there's active efforts to try to basically overturn all sorts of other rights. You know what? Here's the PSA. Go fucking vote.
I voted.
And hey, if you are like, oh, well, I can't influence enough by just voting, go run for a fucking elected office. It doesn't matter what it is. In fact, sometimes the lower the political office, arguably the better. If you run for your fucking school board.
Voting is good. And I, at least this year, had gathered up the spoons enough to be like, fuck, I didn't realize today was the last day to vote. I'm gonna figure this out because I don't want to keep like forgetting and not voting.
Yeah, and it's just... yeah.
That's fair. On a brighter note, like, sorry, brain's just like kind of going all over the place.
I mean, that's the point of the stream, right?
I know. I don't know how this is Christmassy, but I'll take it. Oh, they remixed it, that's why. Also, thank you, Art. These snowflakes are actually a lot better than the other snowflakes. They actually have like some semi-snowflake designs. I don't know if this will hold up in shipping, but you know what? I tried.
Yeah. All...
And I say that because like his friend wanted cookies, and I was contemplating sending Dan some cookies. I don't know who else, honestly. I don't know who else would want cookies. Like, part of me contemplated sending my sibling one, but I know that like they don't do good with like eggs and like dairy products, so it's just like shit. That's like most of the cookies. I probably should have just like buckled down and do like Christmas cards this year. I'm gonna send like my sibling a return Christmas card because they were sending me one, and I think like one other person. Yeah, Angel was gonna send me a Christmas card to the PO box, which was super nice, and I didn't realize, I think, how much I missed the idea of receiving Christmas cards until it was presented as an option to me, being like, Yes, please send me your Christmas card. I would love you forever. Same as I really like rapping, but also like I don't have the means of really like sending people gifts. I don't even know who.
You know what the means. It's called a credit card.
Fair.
I mean,
That's fair. I need to. Hang on. Sorry. There is actually one person at the very least I want to be able to text Merry Christmas to, and it's my best friend, who I've not heard from in a while. I just assume she's busy, but hopefully she is good. And I'm gonna do this now before I forget, or my phone dies. I also, like, part of me thought about, like, reaching out to people being like, can I send you a card? And being like, shit, I don't know if that's gonna sound creepy, so I probably shouldn't. Just because I know that that includes the notion of, like, you need to give me your address, but I'm not gonna give you my address. I'm gonna put the P.O. Box address on there, and I don't know how they would feel
to be
about
fair,
that.
the P.O. Box is...
Close, yeah.
Yeah, I don't... They haven't sent, like, instructions to say, hey... also, you do have something in the P.O. Box.
Do I?
You do. I don't know from who.
Oh, that might be the Christmas card from Angel then. I didn't realize it was here. I should go grab it.
Yeah, I meant to inform you, like, we're going like a couple days ago. But yes, you do have access to a credit card. And you could be like me, who's like, which, you know, I basically just went, oh, you want something? You know.
No, that's fair. Look, I don't know I still don't fully understand to the extent of what I'm allowed to use, like, the credit card for, so I've been very gribble with it.
I mean, like I said, you can just let me know.
Be like, hey, just letting you know, I'm sending shit to Dan and a bunch of other people.
Okay. like I'm going to say no?
I know. We've had this conversation before.
Yes.
Angel is a precious being. Also, don't help me, because I made a shit ton of cookies. You don't understand. Half of the counter is full of cookies. It brought me joy, but also, fuck, there are a lot of cookies now. And, like, that wasn't even all the cookies that I mentally do, like, during Christmas time. Like, there's also, like, thumbprint cookies that I did not make that are also, like, some of my favorites.
One part is that after we're done with this, we're going to have to clear off the table so we can do dinner.
Yep, exactly. Can I have another toothpick? I just put this one in my mouth, absentmindedly. And we're not keeping all of these cookies. I shouldn't be doing that. Sorry. Try really hard not to, like, get my germs on things. Oh, I love oatmeal raisin cookies, Myth. I will eat a lot of them. It's because for me, oatmeal raisin is the perfect balance of sweet but not too sweet. So, like, if anyone ever needs to get rid of any oatmeal raisins, that's a vlog.
You have the last 2 cans of Sprite?
I did.
Okay.
I drank them yesterday while I was doing the cookies.
I just didn't know.
No, that's fair.
Okay, here's my hot take on oatmeal raisin. It's a fine cookie. I just hate when if you lie about it, you are the worst person.
What do you mean lie about it?
Like trying to pass it off as chocolate chip cookie.
No, and also, like, there's a very visual distinction between, like, chocolate chip and raisin. Oatmeal raisin. For me,
Yeah.
at least. So, like, there's no real, like, passing it off.
Yeah, but there are people who try.
There is such a thing as oatmeal chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah,
Indeed.
but also,
But
like,
also, there are a lot of people that like it.
if it's oatmeal chocolate chip, advertise as oatmeal chocolate chip. If you advertise as, if you try to go and basically just don't lie about your food.
Never lie about your food. Never try to think that you know better.
Like,
People have allergies and restrictions for a reason.
and even
Or even sensory issues. Like, just don't lie about your food, please.
yeah.
I've definitely had people that have tried to lie, and I've seen people do, like, videos with their kids about, like, lying about what they're eating and to get them to, like it, and it's just like, don't do that. Don't create that distrust so early on.
Right.
Like the whole like, oh, I'm like, close your eyes while I squirt like whipped cream into your mouth, and
Yeah.
then like putting like yogurt or something instead, and it's just like, don't do that. Don't do that, please. That is an immediate like invalidation of the trust from the fact that you're having them close your eyes. Close their eyes because they trust you that you're giving them the thing, and instead you're giving them yogurt.
Yeah. And also, don't try to say, "Oh, they're the same thing" with anything. A note: ketchup and like pizza sauce are not the same thing.
No, they're
Or
not.
spaghetti sauce. It's like there are differences, and those differences can be rather large to some people.
They can be. Like, I love burgers. I love burgers a whole lot. I do not love meatloaf at all. I've had it so many different ways with so many different ingredients because my parents really tried to get me to eat it, but I would visually gag at the dinner table, trying not to throw up, with how much it just did not sit well with me. It was the taste, it was the texture, it was everything.
Yeah.
But the thing is that they required like having X amount of bites of things before being able to be let up from the table, and I could never make it. So I was just sitting at the table alone because everyone else was done until I took X amount of bites, and then eventually my parents would be like, you can just get up from the table.
Yeah, and like,
Sorry, I'm very passionate about like,
yeah, and that's one of the hard rules that we establish, which is, you know, if you don't like something, or something's tasting off or whatnot, you don't have to have it.
yeah.
Granted, it usually works against me because for some reason I add too much salt. I don't know how.
Sorry, you add salt to the water.
Because that's how you make
with
pasta.
with not a lot of water, so it just makes it way too salty of water.
But it's
and the noodles love to slurp that shit up.
but it's pasta. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
And then there's me that makes a fairly large, like, or puts a very large pot of water to boil pasta, and then puts like maybe a pinch of salt.
Like, I abide by the rule that if you're going to make pasta, you make the water as salty as the ocean.
And then there's me that's just kind of like,
And I don't use a large
This
pot
will
of
be
water
good.
because you just have to boil. You want that water to come to a boil. You want to use as little water as possible, which is covering the pasta. Or, assuming you have a small enough pasta that can, that you can just cover.
For me, it is that it absorbs a lot of water, and you want it to be able to have room to be able to move around and shit, and not like kind of get lumped together. This is a hell of a remix for this.
But in general, it's just like I'm willing, like, I was saying, yes, you should try to get people to try something.
But it needs to be them willing to want to try it. It needs to have their consent, and it needs to be honest up front about what is in it if they have any questions with that.
I mean, yes, it had the dual purpose mix. Yes, you're going to make it so the salt doesn't clump, but also it's the flavor of the fucking noodles. And arguably, flavoring the noodles is more important than them not clumping. Arguably.
No, that's fair.
I didn't get bouillon. Do we have enough?
Yeah, we have enough, because I bought some last time I went to the store.
Okay. I just realized you didn't add it to the list, so I didn't grab it.
No, you're fine. I had vocalized out loud that we didn't need any because we had a fresh thing.
Gotcha.
Unless you heard bouillon and then thought that meant we needed some.
No, I didn't. I just didn't hear the part that you said you had got a fresh thing. Because I wasn't thinking we would have like our normal routine of like having half a bottle or something.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. All in all, it's just like
No, I haven't because like rinsing the noodles honestly takes away the starch.
Right.
Which means that the sauce is less likely to stick to the pasta properly. So I never rinse noodles.
right. And like there are certain recipes that call for that.
I think the only noodles I've ever used it on has technically been rice noodles, only because like I'm trying to like shock it and like
Right.
get it to like kind of hold form, especially when it stays. But sometimes I don't, and like then it just kind of still continues its cooking process, which like
Yeah.
for rice noodles, like that is something that can happen. Technically, it can happen for regular noodles, but like at that point, like a lot of the water is gone, so it shouldn't happen necessarily as quickly.
Right.
But
It's kind of like how there's still the large debate on do you wash rice before you cook it? And the answer fundamentally is it depends on the recipe.
that is fair. Like I've always been from like I've worked from restaurants where we wash the rice, and for me, like part of it is to make sure that like nothing weird got into it or anything like that.
Which, to be fair, unless you're using like one of those like perforated bags, there stuff shouldn't be getting into it.
That's fair, and like part of it is to like kind of help ease up on the starch of the rice, especially for the fact that the rice would be used for like sushi and stuff
Right,
like
and
that.
that's the main reason why you should be washing rice if you're trying to get rid of the starch.
So like that's usually why I would do it.
Right. But also, you know, especially with the popularity of Uncle Roger, it's just like, oh dear gods, please don't, like, I know how to fucking cook. Don't argue with me right now.
No, I get you. And like stovetop rice is fine if that's all you have. I vastly enjoy rice cooker because it keeps it consistent every single time that you do it, and not having that consistency with like using a stovetop, like
Yeah.
it makes me not like the rice.
And it depends on, A, can you afford a rice cooker? Because yet, like, a good rice cooker is still not the cheapest product in the world.
No, you can get a cheap rice cooker for like $20, but like just also know that like it's probably not gonna last a whole while. You're probably gonna have to replace it in gosh, maybe a year, maybe two.
Yeah.
It really kind of depends on the brand too.
And also, like, if you don't eat rice that often, then what's the point? Like, for me, the only time I ever had rice before I was with Calvi was if I was making, like, burritos.
And that's fair.
And then I would just go and take jasmine rice, put it into a casserole dish with a bunch of cumin and other spices. You know, put some lime, put it in the oven.
Right.
And that's how I did my rice.
Right.
I never really did stovetop rice because obviously I always try to make enough. I was definitely trying to make enough to bundle, but you know, like
You were trying to meal plan.
Right, basically. And that's how I survived. Arguably, we shouldn't try to meal plan, especially if we're going to try to go on diets, but
Yeah.
instead of doing what we've been doing, which is like more individual meals, but unfortunately, you having your allergies does make it a little bit harder to meal plan.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
I mean, no, but also, like,
Then
Me
why are you
being-
apologizing?
me being here means that that's now a thought that has to happen.
But that's fine. You know.
Food allergies are nobody's fault. I just feel like an inconvenience a lot of time where it's just kind of like, yeah, I shouldn't. Especially for the fact that I know that, like, I could technically, like, sit down and do nothing for 4 hours and have that convenience of, like, okay, it won't trigger the allergic reaction if I just don't get my heart rate up for the next 4 hours. But then that means I'm not moving really for 4 hours. And it's just like, I don't really want to sit still for 4 hours. It says it's Minecraft, but I don't hear anything. You gonna go, buddy? Okay, well, I guess Minecraft is not here.
There you got muted.
Maybe I got muted. Where's Minecraft on this list? Ominous silence. There it is. So, yeah, it's just the fact that I technically know I have a little bit of flexibility. And that I technically could eat it. There are just, I know certain variables that are just like, nah, this is not going to sit well with me today. It sure has felt nice having energy to do shit, though. I mean, like, cookies yesterday was like, I would say like 5 hours, and technically I had made breakfast for us before I even started that, so. The only thing I regret is that I didn't put shoes on. And I should have put shoes on so that way my feet wouldn't hurt on the flat floor. We do love a good spoon day.
Meow.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They got me closing on Christmas. My table ran up $350 tab and just left me a pocket Bible as a tip. Serving tables is annoying as fuck.
You can quickly flash it on the camera.
Yeah, I could. Don't do that.
I've seen people who
Don't ever do that.
I've seen people who
Don't
leave
leave pennies. Don't leave nickels.
I've seen people who leave the fake $10 bills.
I hate that. I hate that so much. Sorry, I say I can hate that because, like, I worked at a restaurant for almost, like, 10 years before I went and did phone customer service. And my father worked there until like maybe about a year and a half ago at the same restaurant for 30 plus years technically. So it's just like, I know this shit. Don't ever do that. That is garbo. Or trying to do like, here's your tip. Be a better waitress kind of thing. Or like, and it's just like, don't do that. Don't ever do that.
Yeah.
It makes me mad.
DBD.
I know. AKA, he's saying don't be a dick. It shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't be hard at all. For anything. But it is, apparently. And I don't understand it. I'm not gonna say I'm not perfect. I've definitely done stuff that I didn't realize were bad until I found out why they were bad, and then I stopped doing it, but like... surely they would have to know that this is not acceptable behavior at this point, I would think. You would think. You know what? Here's a better topic. What was a game that you played this year that you really liked?
Yeah.
Because we sure did give you a lot of ours that deviated into this conversation.
Like I said, you come for the video games and you stay for the hot takes.
I feel like mine aren't really hot takes, though.
I mean, it shouldn't be hot takes, but you get the point.
Thank you, Meth. Soon the meows will outtake the apologies counter, and then that will be a good day.
Well, it's not like people actually keep track of your sorries.
Shh. It's because it's at 69 right now. They keep track, but they don't say it. Because they don't want to ruin the perfect number. You can say whatever you want, Myth. Like, I'm not gonna judge if you really loved Elden Ring to where, like, that was, like, your best game for this year. I will say they did my Wolf Boy dirt. By a lot. And unfortunately, mine was just, like... I had enough bugs to ruin enough of the side quests to where it was just like, cool, now I've reached what I assume is the bad ending, and now I can't do anything about it because I literally am stuck in a bug to where there was no possible means of being able to fix this. I was gonna say I recognize this song, and I realize now why. It's Sword and Shield. But no, there's no shade. No shade if Elden Ring was just the game you really loved this year. And obviously a lot of people loved it because it did get Game of the Year, technically. Not just on, like, the Game Awards thing. Like, it's up on there for Steam as well, which I can only assume it's going to get, but I could be surprised.
I mean, I've said my hot take on Elden Ring.
Which is fair.
It basically just is, if it wasn't for the fact that there's been, what, a decade or so of, Dark Souls games, Elden Ring would have been dragged so hard.
No, I get you.
Which I think is a fair statement.
Yeah, I'd say so. No, there's nothing wrong with that, Miss. right, I sure did drop a cookie.
You forgot?
A little bit. Look, I remembered for like at least 5 minutes. And then I forgot. Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards. You know what I'm gonna use this time to eat a cheese stick? Because I can. And also it's been sitting out for 3 hours. I've made mistakes. I feel how soft this cheese stick is.
Just bite it.
Huh?
Just bite it.
It's like a sad dick.
You're the one who said it.
Look, it's just it doesn't hold its form anymore. It doesn't hold its form anymore. Oh, now it's warm cheese. Sorry, man. Thank you. I'm glad you agree with me. It wasn't even a joke, it's just like it looked like it and it made me laugh. See, this is a good thing of our once a year cookie decorating. Is that I can say something looks like something and actually show everybody.
You should learn to do webcam.
Nobody wants webcam.
Yeah. I'm sure there's people who would love this. They just say hi.
People can come say hi. That doesn't mean they want webcam.
Why not? I mean, Dan has. People keep on begging Dan for fucking webcam.
That's different. He's cute. Okay, difference in opinion.
Yeah, I was saying like. There's no direction my mind immediately wanted to take this conversation, but I'm going to withhold that. Just because.
Okay, then write it to me, because I need to know.
I'll do it in a bit.
No, I'm gonna forget.
I won't.
I will.
I will. Once we're off mic, I will bring up the conversation again, just so you can have a laugh.
Just write it to me, then I'll know.
No, because then you're gonna look at it, and then you're
I'm not gonna read it out loud.
But that's fine. But that's not the point. What are you trying to do?
I wanted to see what the link was. Thank you, Beth.
What did you
I
do, Beth?
appreciate that a whole heck of a lot.
God damn it, Beth.
Oh shit, you're right. You're right, man.
What?
It has gluten-free cheddar in the link name. Exuberant, gluten-free, cheddar, humble life. Oh. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Don't sigh at me.
I'm not sorry at you. I'm sorry at everyone.
Which includes me, so, like, you just lied.
I'm not sighing at you. I'm sighing because it's not specifically your direction.
Well, this year we didn't run into last year's issue, which is me running out of frosting. I guess that means I need to make more cookies. Thank you, thank you, Kyo, and thank you, Myth, for clipping that. I have thought about, like, as an April Fool's thing, like, doing, like, a singular, like, webcam thing, but also, like, I don't know.
What, just do a webcam and just point it at Nessie?
Oh, that's actually a good idea. Actually, I was thinking more that, like, I would just face paint my shit to all hell to where you can't really see me, but that's a much better idea. That's a much better idea, actually. I will make a fake headphone set and fake controller for a tiny Nessie. This April Fool's will be webcam. And it'll be webcam Nessie. I'll have to do the big Nessie. I'll give big Nessie a blanket, probably.
Excuse me. When does April Fool's even fall on?
That is an excellent question.
Excuse me.
I do not know. Also, Keo, what was your favorite game you think this year? It could be a multitude of games if you wanna.
It falls on a Saturday.
Well, guess I would have to do a Saturday stream.
Well, we were talking about the fact that you probably want to switch your schedule anyway.
Yeah.
Or always try to aim for our earlier schedule, or sorry, possibly aim for a late night schedule again.
Possibly.
May go back to 7 o'clock starts.
Maybe?
At least hey, at least you'll be on time. I love you. Cute outfit.
I love you too. Oni? Nice. Or not Oni, Amori. Like, I want to play Amori, but also I know that, like, I need, like, probably a decent amount of spoons to try and get through that game.
Yeah, we still have to get through.
No, Amori wasn't this year. Amori was 2 years ago.
I think 2 years ago. Well,
They recently posted
still have
about
to get
it.
through getting the car loser.
Yeah, that's actually the point I was going to bring up. It's just, like, that needs to get gotten through first. But, like, I wasn't limiting it to, like, games that came out this year. Just whatever game you played this year. Fuck, that star is, like... The star's getting drippy. The star isn't a star anymore! Instead, it's a... drippy star. Honestly, I think that's all the cookies. But also, I technically could start now. Dongus. I'll just be the stream. Sad Dongus. It kind of is art. I guess I could draw something. Technically. But also, I don't know how late you want to eat.
No, no. I had the leftover nuggets.
You did. And I have had
Eggs.
I've had 3 eggs, some roulette Doritos, not a whole lot, just like a handful, and 2 cheese sticks.
Man.
Wait, no, and an M&M cookie. Forgot about the cookie.
Man.
And coffee. That I did put butter in, technically.
Why did you put butter in your coffee?
It was something that, like, my parents had started doing of, like,
That seems like a way to try to cheapen your... Like, if you're too poor for fucking heavy cream.
I mean, I put heavy cream into it. It was more that, like, it was more that they had done, like, a lot of keto stuff, so, like, heavy cream and, like, butter are technically, like, keto friendly. So it was to give it, like, some flavor aside from, like, just being cream. I don't know. It makes it taste okay some days. And if the coffee's hot enough, sometimes I'll put it in. Neo, also not this year, really enjoyed beating that game. Yeah! That was also an excellent game. Highly recommend it. But also highly recommend a lot of other games like Floppy Nights and Little Gator Game. Wait, you need to go get what? Exactly. Okay, at least this one's getting there. But I don't know if it's good enough to throw back into the Ziploc baggie.
Yeah, just put it on the counter.
Yeah. Might have to do that.
What, you've been going for solid, what? 3 hours?
3 hours and 14 minutes and 8 seconds.
Yeah. And if you want to go there, you can.
I know exactly what that is meant without clicking on it. It's very good. I debate if I should maybe doodle a thing while I'm here, but that would mean I need to clear off the area.
Yeah. I mean...
And also, it's not really angled super well for drawing.
That's up to you.
I don't know, the stream was already very unhinged.
I mean, that's part and parcel for us.
That is fair. You know, I think you played with that same deck last year too.
No, I played with the other one.
Oh, right. That one was one you bought this year.
Yes. Because I was having trouble finding the other one.
Right.
And then I found it. And now I'm having trouble finding it again because I think it's in the backpack, probably.
Probably?
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's probably in the backpack we took to Indieland. Knowing me.
Maybe? Did we take a deck of cards to Indieland?
I mean, I'm sure I threw a deck of cards in there. Because that's just me.
No, that's fair.
I carry a deck of cards, like, everywhere. Not everywhere. Like, when I travel, I carry a deck of cards because, like, there's nothing wrong with solitaire.
No, there isn't. Also, I thought I talked about it already, but Indieland was great. I got to meet a lot of people, and it it was very interesting and also very heartwarming to... Hang on, is Minecraft actually playing this time? No, it's... No, wait, it is. Just very gently. Okay. I took my headphones off for a second. Essentially being able to introduce myself to people and, like, you know, and them just, like, you can tell someone's body language, I feel like, when it's going from, like, oh, like, just meeting this person, like, listening to get to know them, and then the moment they realize who you are and just seeing how much that brights up their face. Like, when I introduced myself to Gerard, like, fuck, I still kind of tear up over it. It's just like,
Hey, bitch, people want to know you.
like, initially I was sitting down and he was going to be calling it a night, and, like, I originally waved to, like, say goodnight to him, and, like, he had stopped instead and was just kind of like, hi, like, how are you doing, kind of thing, and I had introduced myself as Calvyberry, and just the way he had lit up his face.
You know you have tissues right there.
I do. And, like, he started to kind of, like, motion forward to, like, kind of, like, initiate a hug, stopped and instead asked, like, hey, is it okay if I give you a hug? And I said, yeah, and, like, you know, got up, gave him a hug and stuff. And it just meant a lot to me.
Yeah.
I didn't want to cry retelling that.
Well, too late, bitch. You already did.
I already did. I already did a whole lot. Like, I tried talking to him again later in it, and also cried on him a little bit. It's just like, fuck. I just want to, like, have a normal conversation with this dude, and I keep crying. I got to meet Nick Waz. He also, like, you know, kind of have, like, this moment of, like, when I introduced myself by, like, you know, the name he would recognize me by, he also, like, you know, lights up and gets, like, super happy and stuff, and, like, I kind of, like, get pulled into, like, this conversation that, like, he's also having with, like, the devs about, like, a different game, and he's also, like, he was also introducing the people that he had, like, around the circle, like, all of us at a circle, because, like, it was, like, essentially the end of Indie Land, but they were switching over to talk about, like, to do, like, the Legacy Tour show, and he's, like, introducing people and, like, introducing me as, like, you know, an artist kind of thing, really great, and it's just like, fuck, dude, you're gonna make me cry kind of thing. And, like, later, when he was streaming, and I, like, went and talked with him, like, just expressed, like, you know, I was super nervous to go up and, like, say hi to him, and, he was like, oh, I hope it wasn't because I was too intimidating or something like that. It's just like, no, dude, I was just shy as fucking nervous.
You don't need to be. People want, like, they are fucking human.
I know they are. And I'm sure they've also had, like, a lot of people just kind of, like, I guess, like, kind of be, like, a passerby in, like, their lives, and it's just like, oh, the way you're reacting tells me I've left a bigger impact on you than I realize, and now I'm just a mess.
Yeah, it's like actually being a decent human being and gets you recognized.
Still. Also, Ark, if I had that, I would be super self-conscious about it, so I probably wouldn't.
We don't know if Indyman's doing a 2023 show, but if they are...
If they are, we are going to it, and Jock had also... Like, we also expressed to Jock that, like, yes, we would come again if they did it.
I was gonna say, and you're gonna do a better job of actually, like, putting yourself out there.
Yes. Like, it's just a self-esteem. Especially for the fact that I know I'm technically of a larger weight than people would probably deem, like, acceptable, so it's just like...
Yeah, but fuck people.
I know. Also been like, Virgil and Mary Group. God, I'm butchering his name.
No, that's how you pronounce it.
I got to meet, like, Shut Up Sprinkles, and, like, all of them were really nice.
Basically the entire mod team.
Yes, like, the moderation for Gerard, like, I didn't meet all of them. I met a good chunk of them because, like, wanted to be able to come and say hi and stuff, and Virgil had also, like, you know, wanted to meet me, so, like, it's like, cool. I'll go up and I'll say hi to him. I didn't want to bother him because, like, you know, he's moderating.
But
like,
guess what? Moderation only requires so much attention.
But also, like, Indieland was, like, last day was on the front page, and, like, it was busy as fuck.
Yeah, it was busy, but also, like, you know, like, not... They only have to pay attention if someone's being a dick.
I know.
It's not that intimidating.
It'd be a little intimidating.
Look, there were bigger problems we had.
I know.
Like,
All in all,
getting a good tacos around the place is fucking hard.
Like, the place they had the venue, like, didn't have a whole lot of gluten-free options, and knowing that we were walking to and from the hotel was fine. It just also meant that I had to be extremely mindful of what I was eating.
Yeah. We avoided gluten for the entire weekend, fortunately.
Except for one time, but we were at the hotel already.
Well, yeah, on the last night.
Was it the last night?
I'm pretty sure it was the last night.
Like, the hotel he had was, like, super expensive, and
It was a dream Hollywood. The dream, like, it's not like telling where you were at the hotel is going to give away our coordinates or anything.
No, I know.
But it's just like, yeah, like the dream line of hotels they're very high quality, just very expensive.
Like, they had basically an entire bar in the room. It was just that we paid for whatever we used.
Yeah,
and
we got like one or two items.
Yeah, they had like a bag of cookies and like Pringles. It's just like, this is not a lot, but also I'm kind of starving right now, so I need a little something.
Yeah, but it's fine.
Yeah, like after that point, like all the walking was done. It wasn't like I was gonna trigger anything with like having eaten that. I had even already taken a shower, and it was basically me just like eating the shit and like passing the fuck out.
Yeah. And then we having to wake up like 5-6 hours later so that we can catch our flight.
I could have sworn that was like the day before, because I thought stream was still going. I could have sworn that was the day before, because I thought stream was still going.
Maybe. It might have been the second to last night. I swear we got perhaps something with good in it the last night also.
Maybe? I'm not sure.
Because there was Gerard doing the Completionist Legacy as a private show.
Right. Which was very inspiring, and also like...
It justifies me being a creature of spite.
Which is fair. Like, it also, like, kind of answered questions for me of, like, he always spoke about, like, how Donkey Kong Country 2 was, like, a very meaningful game for him. And I'm sure he's probably talked about it before, and maybe I've missed it, but, like, he had said, like, during that show that a big reason why it was an important game for him was because it was the last game, right, that his mother had bought him, and he had only found out, like, afterwards that his mother had been writing in the notes section of the manuals of each of the games, and he had sold his copy, which included the manual of Donkey Kong Country 2, so he never got to see what his mom wrote in that manual. Which feels like a gut punch.
Might have been actually the first game, but it was something of that nature.
It was, like, and that's why he's always constantly looking for, like, manuals out there, because he hopes that, like, maybe one day he'll find the manual for the version that was his, because he scoured everywhere, like, when he had found out to try and get his back, and he never could find it, and always hopes that, like, maybe one day he will find it. And I hope so too. I hope it wasn't one of those things that, like, maybe has now been, like, lost and discarded kind of thing. But yeah, the trip was good. I got to meet a lot of people. I didn't realize the impact I had on people until I was introducing myself to them. And a lot of the devs that were there were really nice, kind of thing. A lot of the people in the community were really nice. Like, one of the community members that came to, like, I think the last, like, 2 days of the show or something, had one Frog in a Car plushie last year from Indieland, and he already had one, so he didn't necessarily need it. They had said they were gonna have some to purchase there, and I never saw it. Bring up the boy! I have to move some cookies around.
As you put a tortilla on the table.
I sanitize the table. It's fine.
There.
I sanitize the table before, like, setting up this. Here. There we go. It looks like he's looking at the camera. But they said they were gonna have some there. I never saw it, but there was, like, a private Discord for all the ticketed members, so I had asked, like, hey, like, were there gonna be any frogs in the car to, like, buy, like, kind of thing? I was hoping to get one. And I figured that, like, if they didn't, it's fine. I'll just go online and order one. And instead, like, one of the community members, I think their name was Prozo? I could double check. But they were like, hey, I won this last year, I actually don't need it. Would you like it? I was just like, yeah, if that's okay. And yeah, he drove them all the way to Indieland for me and gave them to me. He's very cute. And I finally have my own Frog in a Car. Even though I haven't played any of the Earthbound games yet. Someday. And then someday...
You can skip Origins. Just do Earthbound and Mother 3.
That's fair. And then this could be the little buddy for it. Maybe that'll just be a full stream like webcam Earthbound, but it's just Frog in a car.
I'm just looking over at YouTube. It's like, I think you've exhausted the playlist.
No, not yet.
Are you sure?
Yes. Because it's still playing Christmassy music. It's just, they're throwing visuals up on it.
Okay. I mean, there was work actually for a hot second, so.
Got hot takes on Mother 3. That's fair. I haven't played Mother 3 yet.
I mean, no one's going to claim that I'm not going to claim Mother 3 is perfect, but also...
I don't expect any game, like, during that era of gaming to be perfect.
There's a little bit of casual racism in a lot of it, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Like, there's casual racism in Resident Evil 5, and, I don't even know if it's casual, actually. I could be misremembering that, but like...
The thing is, I don't think they're trying to be... I don't think they're trying to be racist. It's just, like, the frame... Like...
The framing of it.
Yeah, and arguably, it's... I think the reason why, in my opinion, it didn't seem that bad, because the framing didn't seem all too different from what they did before, but I also understand there's a difference between, Spain and I believe South Africa. It's Resident Evil 5 takes place in.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, I understand why they're saying
Super Luigi Galaxy.
I understand why they're saying like, hey, yeah, there are definitely problems with I'm not saying, probably if I play it again, I'll be like, oh yeah, this is bad, but also, it just didn't seem all that different from how they framed things in Resident Evil 4 for me, so.
I get you. Like, part of me wants to go through it again, just because it's been so fucking long, and, it seems like it would be fun to co-op. But also, I don't know how we would manage it, because the Steam version that you have does not want to boot up.
I mean, we can stream from my computer. I don't know. We can always find out the hard way.
We could always find out the hard way.
And watch it go and try to boot it up and go through, or at least System 32.
And that is possible, Ark, especially for the fact that, I don't remember when it came out, but, I think it was...
Early 2010s.
I think it was before, people were starting to try and be more mindful of, hey, this insinuates this kind of thing. Being more sensitive to those kinds of things.
Resident Evil... Actually, I think... Resident Evil 5 originally came out 2009.
Okay, so a little bit older than what I thought.
Yeah.
Granted, that doesn't mean that, it...
Again,
it should be accepted kind of thing.
Right, and I don't think it would... I'm not trying to excuse Capcom. I'm saying, it's not like... I think they had their set pieces in mind. They were trying to do something that was authentic to the area. And unfortunately, it came off... Probably someone in Capcom, probably Capcom Japan to be precise.
Yeah.
Looked it over, didn't see an issue with it, didn't realize how it translated to a more Western audience.
Yeah.
Which, that's unfortunately how a lot of racist shit gets into games. Because Japan, okay, I can say this as someone who has gone to Japan. They have a lot of casual racism in their, how they do shit.
Yeah.
Like, if you are white, they will, especially, they will stereotype you in a somewhat kind of racist manner, no matter what form of white you are.
There's a lot of stereotyping. Like, a friend of mine and his wife went to Japan like, just before the pandemic hit, I think. And, like, he's a little bit of a bigger, like, set person, kind of like I am. And, like, everything was, like, super, like, petite kind of thing. And they had went to, like, Disneyland Tokyo.
Okay.
And a lot of people were staring at him. Because they're not used to seeing someone of his size there.
Yeah.
Or just in Japan in general.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately, one of those things.
Unfortunately. It's,
Like,
doesn't mean it should be, like,
no,
brushed off or
it's
anything
not
like that.
excusing
Just,
it, it's just saying, like, unfortunately, it is what it is.
yeah.
And it's just one of those things where it's like, the only way you can truly kind of be accepted, and I say kinda, is that you learn the language.
Yeah, because then that kind of initiates a sort of respect from them.
Right.
Which is probably, like, a majority of how they were able to get there, because I know for sure that, his wife knows Japanese. Because she learned it.
Right. And I think that's the main thing. Like, if you go off the main streets, like, they won't have what they refer to as Englishman menus, you know. You kind of have to kind of know what you're ordering.
That's fair.
Or you have to know the language or whatever.
Know the language to be able to ask it.
Right. And it's just like, you know. Like, I don't know the exact road I was on, but, there's the main hotel chain in Japan is called, I think, Appa. And basically, I was at an Appa hotel that was on a main street of Tokyo that was basically across the street from this, like, this, like, set of offices that included the Japanese Professional Mahjong League's dojo. And for most of my trip, I just kind of stayed on that road because, like, okay, there's a curry place down the way. There's like kind of like a nice sit-down restaurant. I never went to McDonald's. Be proud of me for that, though. I spent a lot of time at 7-Eleven.
I mean, 7-Eleven is far superior than any 7-Elevens we have here.
Yeah, it's like it's basically their like everywhere store.
Yes, like I've seen videos of their 7-Eleven. It's so much better than our 7-Eleven.
Yeah,
by a long shot.
But like, and to be fair, like it is like if you go if you start walking down that street at night, especially once you get to the certain quarter, because I know I think there's like a Hostess bar somewhere near the main road, but not quite on it.
That's
so
fair.
what they'll do is send girls in bunny outfits literally to the main road to kind of drag men in, which you know.
Hey man, they gotta do what they gotta do, I guess.
I'm not faulting them for it.
I'm not faulting him either.
I just found it funny. It's just like,
You know, throughout all this,
I
really
heard
should've
that
plugged it in.
I did hear at least one of my colleagues blew quite a bit of money at various bars and hostess clubs.
Oh no.
It's just like, oh, you're an idiot.
Why would they do that? I know why they would do that, but like...
They were the type who... They're the type of people who would claim, like...
yeah, hormones. Hormones sure do happy do shit.
There's that Onion article that is like, gamer who claims that they perform better while high has never, doesn't remember last time they've been sober or something to that effect. they're that type of person.
Oh no. No.
Like, literally, they're the type of person who will just be, constantly hungover or drunk in Tokyo, wander around, and God forbid, and you don't know how to get to them.
Of course.
Fortunately, we didn't lose them during the trip, but
Did or did not?
did not.
Okay. For a second, it sounded like you said did. Fortunately, sounds like
I mean,
oh,
I wouldn't have minded. They know who they are.
they know what they did.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, it's just...
Sorry, I'm in fiddling stage.
I mean, what, we've talked for another half hour since we originally talked.
I think so.
About half hours. It's 42. 3:42 now. It's just one of those things where it's just like...
With these streams, we just get to talking, so...
Yeah. Like...
I guess that's the case for, like, every stream, but also, like...
Yeah. Especially, like, this one. Like, I just think, fundamentally, I don't think Japan is a bad place to visit. I just think... I think you have to either have a very sturdy plan that doesn't involve, like, for me, I went there basically, like, it wasn't quite business, but I was there for Mahjong related stuff. So I had at least half my day booked every day. And that is a very quick way of killing any excitement you have for a trip.
No, I get you.
And to be fair, it wasn't just half my, like, it was most of my days, most of the days.
Yeah.
So, like, I never got to properly go to Shibuya. I did see the Scramble Crossing, but I never actually went to the Scramble Crossing.
Yeah.
I did see the 109 building, which is the actual building number. You know, it's not 104, it's not 101, it's 109.
Yes, and
it
it was something we want to potentially go see
in
when-
2025.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, Kyo. Like, do you really want to, like, you might need a month there, but also, do you really want to spend a month there?
Which is fair.
Like, I'm the type of person who gets a little vacation weary.
And that's fair.
Like, I think 2 weeks is the most I can really spend away from my computer, basically.
No, that's fair. No, that's fair. Like, I've only ever really been on a week, I think, worth of vacation. Anything more than that has ever been, like, me being sick. And I don't know where my line is.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I can go to conventions and shit, and I feel like, you know, like, the most time I've spent at, like, either, you know, like, usually I spend time before convention, during convention, after convention, and usually by the time 2 weeks is up, it's like, yeah, I'm ready to go home.
No, that's fair.
Um,
Like, even for this upcoming year, like, I know that if they did Indieland again, I would love to be able to go.
Yeah.
At some point, I would love to go to a GDQ, but I don't know if this upcoming year would be the time for it.
yeah, and also, I don't know if I would want to accompany you. I personally,
Right.
as I've said to Callie, like, I think my problem with GDQ is that, like, the reason why Indieland works is that even though Michael Barrity tried his best to say, don't be hecklers, we were all fucking hecklers.
To be fair, like, they also realized that, like,
It was playful.
it was playful. There wasn't anything mean-spirited there.
Right. And I think that's basically where the But the thing is that GDQ, not even playful heck can really be tolerated. And the thing is that like we couldn't have bits like me, you know. I would need to grab the clips. Because it's not actually clips. It's like just a very long thing. I would have to probably get the YouTube timestamps because I probably don't have the Twitch VOD. Well, actually, no, the Twitch VOD would still probably be up. But
Twitch VOD should still be up. I know they were wanting to transfer it to YouTube.
yeah, once it's on YouTube, I should go and get the proper timestamps. But like, there was an entire bit of like, you know, literally me and Gerard negotiating, and then just Adam Cole, you know, cutting a promo, you know, with an accent of, you know, Stone Cold being Steve Austin, as Gerard is, you know, forcing these hot chips and getting waxed and whatnot. It's just like, and you can literally just hear me, because I was on the side, like there was a side where the moderators are, and I was kind of on that side of the stage, and you could just hear my voice just echoing with the laughter, because I was literally on the floor rolling, like, I was doing a little ruffle.
No, that's fair. And like, technically, me and him were on stream.
Yes. And that was a sweet moment. After I kicked your ass.
After he won, he gave me a kiss.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. There was all sorts of little bits. And I imagine they'll improve the experience for 2023 if it's in person again.
I imagine so. And like, I just didn't mention it because like, I didn't know if I was going to be full body on stream, for one. Two, it was very late for New York time. Like, it was normal time for me from having been on that side of the coast in that time zone, so it's just like, I'm so good.
It was like 5 a.m. Eastern at that time.
It went for a couple hours.
Yeah.
And Upcarnus almost won.
I mean, I was in the losers bracket, but I almost called it a bracket break.
Yep.
Which is the type of shit you can do at a fighting game tournament. Fuck winning the tournament. Just call it a bracket break. Just cause everyone to go ape shit that way.
Yeah.
For those who don't know what the terminology means, a bracket break is that in a double elimination tournament, inevitably it will be the winner of the winner's bracket versus the winners of the loser's bracket. And the thing is that in order to win the tournament, the person who's in the losers, who came in from the loser's bracket, since they already have a loss, needs to win 2 games in a row. Breaking the bracket is winning one set, so that, yeah, it is down to sudden death.
Right.
Because I don't know where the term, where the term came from, breaking the bracket came from, but I guess it's just like, hey, you know, like,
I don't know.
Technically, both people are losers now. Just who's the better one?
Basically.
And to be fair, I'm not good at fighting games, so the fact that I almost caused,
That's the person that's super good at Smash.
I'm not that good.
Good enough to be playing in the level that you are.
Yeah, I mean, I have one tournament win, but that doesn't. I still like.
Most people don't win tournament bitches.
It was a convention tournament. That
still counts. I say bitches as if he's one person, more than one person. It should have been bitch.
But like back in 2020, before the pandemic, I did participate at a convention tournament, which is funny because I was actually helping run that tournament. but what was funny is that so technically, like, the way that the tournament was structured, I think there was 40 people in it, something like that.
Something like that.
The thing is that meant like a good chunk of people got a round 1 bye. I was one of them. I was helping run the tournament, but what I would, it was best 2 out of 3 sets, double elimination. And the thing is that whenever I had to play, I would just tell the person who was actually organizing the event, it's like, hey, just give me like 5 minutes. and then I would pull out Little Mac, punch some people in the face, and then, get back to my job. And because, I played 6 sets for that tournament. I went 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, because that was to win the winners finale, and then for grand finals it was best of 5, which I won 3-1 against the same person I had to beat in the winners finals.
Yeah.
It was kind of fun, though. People were like, Little Mac winning a tournament? It's like,
It's because he wasn't the meta. He
I mean,
arguably isn't.
No, he will never be the meta because he had such a weak recovery.
And that's fair.
And he had no air game. Well, actually, he does a little bit of air game, but it's so weak still.
That's fair.
But no, I just punched people. It's still punching.
So anyway, I came in and started punching.
Yeah. Well, just one of the most hilarious moments was, hilarious for good and bad reasons, is that in my fourth round, the guy I was playing against started with King K. Rool, which is one of my worst matchups as Little Mac.
Right.
And I barely escaped with that round. So they decided to do a character switch, which is kind of odd given how close I was to losing it. And they switched to Bayonetta, which is not the worst matchup for me. Like, it still favors Bayonetta, but nowhere near as much as King K.
Right.
And what they did was that they did like the charge gun attacks with Bayonetta, the one where she does the handstands, does a charge and it fires at a kind of an angle because I was trying to recover, but I had gotten to the platform already. So what I did is that as she's doing that, I just charge up and fucking KO punch for the finish the match. And then the guy who I was playing against, I tried to offer my hand. It's like, good game. Like, it was the toughest match I had faced that tournament yet. He's like, oh, this isn't over. I'm going to beat you later. He, of course, didn't get it out of losers, but,
That kind of poor sportsmanship really gets to me.
Yeah, and it's just like
just say good game. Like, I was nervous about, like, the fighting tournament that I did at IndieLink, so I wasn't sure, like, how competitive everyone was going to be, but everyone was really chill with me, like, when they won, and I shook everybody's hand that would pass out and be like, good game.
Yeah, and that's the thing, it's just like...
Birdie had talked to everybody beforehand, like, just explaining, like...
Just don't be a dick.
Yeah, basically don't be a dick. And just, like, this is just for fun. Like, yes, there is a prize at the end of it, but essentially it's for fun.
Yeah.
So, like, just looking to go out there and basically have fun, kind of thing. Be a good sport.
To be fair, even if I had won the prize, I would have just hopped it off to you because it was like the keyboard and mouse and shit.
Yeah.
And it's
Which
like
is still...
I like my setup.
No, that's fair. And I spent like only now like over 2 hours cleaning the keyboard I have. And the Razer mouse that was a warranty replacement has already started giving me issues with the scrollies, so I've hooked back in the Logitech mouse that
oh yeah, no,
yes.
I absolutely hate the fighting game community at large.
That's fair.
Right.
That's fair, Matt.
Like, I have stories dating all the way back to college with my run-ins with the fighting game community.
Yeah, you
But also, like I just play games. I play racing games, so I wouldn't argue I'm the best at them. I play fighting games, I play shooters, I play, I play whatever.
And right now we have the rotation of playing Apex, playing Fall Guys, and playing Splatoon.
With a little bit of Pokemon here and there.
And Yu-Gi-Oh! For you.
I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is basically just when I'm not sure what else to do. Because I just play currently, the reason why I haven't, full on said fuck this game is because the meta is currently at a position where it is such like if I was playing basically any other deck, it would be so intolerable. But conveniently, the one meta deck is one of the few. Like my deck is one of the few that can actually face against said meta deck very well.
That's fair.
Because you know, the current meta is the Runic. And Runic is mostly focused around quick play spells that basically just do all sorts of things. You know, like negate the effects of a monster, or destroy a card, or blah blah blah, and banishes cards off the top of your opponent's deck. And the thing is that since my main deck, since I started playing, Master Duel all the way back in January, so I have to actually probably hit 1 year old next month.
Whew.
It's even more busted than it was then.
Boy howdy.
Like Thunder Dragons, Thunder Dragons are, first of all, they're based around the card Thunder Dragon, which is a very old card. It's one of the first sets of the game. But like most of the Thunder Dragons have an effect that's like, hey, you can discard it from your hand and you get one effect, which, that's what Thunder Dragon does. But also, most of them have an effect that akin to, oh, if this card is sent to the graveyard from the field or banished from anywhere, you also get a different effect, which is like, oh yeah, that's clearly what I want, because
While you're talking, so I can give him something to say, can you grab that black book right up there? It's old art, but it's something.
Yeah. Oh, and the thing is like, oh, you're banishing my cards. Thank you for activating my effects for me. And that's the reason why there's only one card I really have to fear, which is just me,
This book started in 2018.
There's only one card I really fear, which is Skill Drain, as T-Dragon can attest to. Things are going pretty well. We're doing our normal fapping about.
Basically, I'm just pulling out the old doodle book to, I guess, show off this. A lot of them are kind of like rough doodles, though, so like, if anything looks super rough and cringy, please forgive. Continue.
And just like, there's a reason why I can't imagine myself getting into any sort of serious Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. Because the game, like, people, like, I understand, like, people are like, oh, the game is much faster, blah, 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 but is it really, though? Like, would you, like, it's faster in raw turn count, sure, but it's not.
Oh, I really like this one.
Like,
I can camera properly, I swear.
like, being faster in raw turn count doesn't mean it's actually faster. Like, a lot of, like, if you go through my history on Master Duel throughout, like, most, like, aside from, like, even playing against Runic, like, most games are done in 6 turns or less. Which is, but most of the time it's just like, oh look, I play a card to search for a card, which I then play to search for a card, then play a card, like, it's all sorts of just,
Nah, that's fair. Also, that's still valid, Hero. It didn't have to come out this year, just a game that you played this year. Because I know Yakuza Zero's on mine, and that came out a long time ago. Also, hi, Val! I hope you're doing good. Hope you're feeling better. This was a sad attempt at a JoJo. This was also a better attempt at a JoJo. Some of these were like kind of quick drawings. Here's another JoJo.
like part of me has been
That's probably a
amused.
little harder to see.
Part of me has been amused enough to like consider like getting into like the Pokemon TCG. The problem is that
It's lying.
I can't find enough attention span to stick to it. And the thing is, I only have like 2 or 3 viable decks on the Pokemon TCG.
That's fair. This was a long ass time ago. Sorry, realizing how old some of these drawings are. I know it says 2019, but look, it's a little Morgana. Little body. Also, thank you, man. Did just buy Hades on the sale, so who knows? That's fair. Oh, I guess another Morgana. I think this was during the time where I was playing it a whole lot.
Yeah,
Little
Yeah.
D&D character that I had going on at the time.
I know I'm going to be playing more Death Stranding this week. I don't know what days I haven't committed to anything. I was
You have not.
because my company has like, even though technically I can just log into my computer and whatnot, like they basically said, hey, everyone takes Christmas week off, or the week between Christmas and New Year's. Also, we get like a week, like the week around July 4th off, give or take.
No, that's fair.
It's something like that. I think it's technically in June, but
He's also trying to do enough to be able to get himself emotes.
yes, that's all I want to do. Just give me some emotes, fuckers.
Even though he has no idea what he would want as emotes.
Exactly. Just
Why has it never recognized that?
all I really need is to keep up my viewership count, which I know might be a little.
It never recognizes that on mobile. Heck. I was gonna do the other shout out.
So I have to keep up my viewership numbers, which last stream was arguably pretty good for them. Then I need to get 6 more followers.
Go follow.
I mean, I think most of the people in this stream do. Oh.
Maybe. Look. You know what? This was drawn because I was playing... I'm pretty sure I was playing Breath of the Wild, or I was getting ready to. I think so. Thank you, Bao. No, okay.
But yeah, like I will probably that's my plan. Like it's not gonna be every day that Kabi gets in streaming this week, but I think basically like so like the plan currently is of course today we're doing this stream. Tomorrow I'll stream. Tuesday will be Kabi streaming something. It's something that's very loosely defined. Well, Arc, I stream less than once a month usually. Like the last time I streamed more than once a month was when I was playing Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy.
That's fair. You played that and you streamed the entire thing.
Except for the side quest grinding.
Bell says you have 49 followers.
That seems like a lie. I had 44 as of last count.
I feel like it was 47 though, at least when I had saw it yesterday.
Like,
You look at your page.
I know I had 2 people follow during the stream, Floyd and someone else, but
It's also an
like I
okay
said, the
one.
last count Twitch gave me was 44. But then again, it might be slow to update.
It is slow to update. This was...
I still need to maintain the viewership numbers, and also have to stream more than just like, I have to stream a number of days. Like, I have to stream 7 days. Now, granted, I could always cheat and do a late night stream so that it rolls into midnight.
No, I don't think it counts that.
Probably used to.
I don't think it does.
Pretty sure. Like, maybe it doesn't anymore, but...
Oh, later, alligator.
It doesn't? Cool. Oh, so I have to do 7 this
Oh yeah, this was the Viz art I did for Viz's birthday. I did it on paper.
Yeah. So that means even after I get done this week, I still need to stream like another like 4 times or so. Fuck. I mean, I guess things are going to take a while to ramp up at work, so maybe I'll do that.
Basically.
Yeah, but
Here are some of the like doodles for like emote ideas. Honestly, I really like the awoo face on this one more so than I like the one that actually came out, which is why I want to update them so it has more of this energy and not the energy that it got paired with. Along with this one. This one's really good, and this one's really good. See, paper.
Yeah, but
Paper
the thing
good.
is, Hero, I still need to maintain the viewership count.
Oh yeah, there were some more that like some of them didn't feel like they translated well, especially like the blush one or the cry.
And to be fair, like, I've been meaning to play Death Stranding since basically it came out, so I have no problem like grinding through it. Because I think by like all estimates, Death Stranding is supposed to be like 40 to 50 hours.
I could always check, honestly. Hang on. This was my test for what I wanted for my PNG tuber, by the way. And this was a photo that I sent to my friend as an idea of what she ended up giving me.
Now, yeah, go ahead and look it up. Like, but like, you know, I already started on stream. I haven't touched it. Like, I've been tempted to play more, but the thing is, the only thing I would be doing probably is not anything like main story wise. I would just run deliveries, like go out and find all those deliveries to the capital city that no one wants to do, and just do them myself.
Is it stranding or standing?
That's Stranding.
Okay. I thought so. It was having trouble bringing it up. Okay, so the normal one, it's saying main story is about 40 and a half hours, but it's saying the director's cut, which is the one that you're playing, is about 40 or 36.
To be fair, I would just say it's still 40 hours-ish, because
I would say so.
like either way, like, to be fair, the only thing I imagine Director's Cut probably did was add more tools that you can use. That might have helped certain things.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Like, obviously, one of the main things that for people who saw me playing yesterday was like, oh, I can use a ladder this way. Ooh.
Some ideas for like how stream set up. It's not showing very well. This was when I was trying to think of what I wanted to do for like birthday shit. Part of me still wants to see about like adding like a table with like candles and like maybe the mug be the like sorry jar type of thing that I said I'd do from Subathon. I don't remember who that was supposed to be. This was in a woo face that I was thinking about like changing to when the pumpkin stuff was done, but now the pumpkin stuff stays, so like that's
supposed to be doggy.
It sure is. Also, like, started kind of doodling out like, and also in terms of that, I didn't do any of his facial features. And also when we were watching like a shit ton of anime.
Oh, you're talking about Show.
Yes. And this was a sticker I was going to give to a friend of mine, but I didn't get to meet up with her. Bought it from another friend of mine. I think that's all that's in here. Yeah, this book is almost done. I just have the bad habit of just like having like a book on hand and then I lose it. So then I start a different book, so then I technically have like a couple of books going. And this sticker I pulled off of the pack because it was attached to the bag, but I did carefully pull it off of the bag to put it on my book, and it was successful. It actually stayed on pretty good. This one, unfortunately, it's gotten like some lift on it. Technically, a friend of mine gave me a bunch of stickers as a Secret Santa thing for work that were all Undertale related. Let me kind of mush it a little bit more into spot. Thing is I don't know who the artist is because it was a bunch of different artists because of it being a bundle, and I worry that that bundle might have been stealing from other artists. And then this one here is shiny, and it came from Sticker Moon from the Yeti. It's one of my favorite ones. Obviously, this is a Razer sticker I got with a mouse. This one I got from a coworker of mine that at the time I had a little bit of a crush on, but only because, like, I didn't really have a whole lot of people that had shared interests, and it was nice to have someone to have a shared interest with this show. And he ended up giving me like stickers and some other stuff that was Adventure Time related. It was very nice. This one I got from an order I had made through Fangamer. They just randomly included it in with it. I think it was when I got the Bloodborne pen. And I used to live on a coast where it had a coffee stand called Dutch Bros. And they would do like once a month sticker things, but like it was limited supply. And this was just one of the stickers from it. And honestly, this book does have more sticker real estate right here, so I could put more on it. I could bring out the other, like, doodle book, but that would mean Curtis has to grab it.
I figured it's now 10 o'clock. I'm pretty sure you're getting hungry.
Honestly, I hadn't thought about it, so I'm sure once I get moving, like, Body will do the whole, like, when the fuck did you eat last? So, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay. Like, it was much more prevalent in my hometown than, like, Starbucks was, so it was just one that I kind of naturally gravitated towards. It's not the worst. It's not the worst, but it's not the best. But yeah, we can go ahead and end it there, so that way we can get food.
I'm mostly worried about you. I had nuggets.
Yeah, but you had nuggets like a lot longer ago than I have had a cheese stick.
Yeah, but they're nuggets, and there are plentiful of them.
Still.
Compared to your limpy cheese sticks.
Listen. Better than Starbucks? That is hard to say. I really only got like a couple of things from them, and a lot of them were not super sugar inducing. A lot of stuff I've gotten from Starbucks, I've kind of forgotten to like tell them to ease up on the sugar, so it ends up being like super sugary. Hi Xandery! Happy Crimbo to you too! we're kind of wrapping up of sorts. We did lots of cookies. I didn't draw anything, but like, you know, we gave a look through the old doodle book, which, you know, it kind of counts.
Randomly grabbing your vitamin bottle.
I've already eaten vitamins today.
I was just saying,
This shit's pretty empty, actually, compared to what it was.
I've been saying randomly grabbing it.
I was randomly grabbing it because it was over here, and I was moving it over here.
Randomly grabbing it.
I was moving it so I could have more arm space for mouse. I need to move all the things because I played myself. Sorry, mic sounds are probably not great right now. Thank you for bearing with me at this time.
Really hate us when we move this table.
You know what? Maybe they're gone for Christmas. Just like these numbers. I can speak, neighbors.
Wait, do you say we're actually gone?
Have you heard the dog bark at all?
Which is already gone for the holidays or are they gone?
I assume gone for the holidays.
We will find out the hard.
Yeah, we will. Finished hosting family for Christmas dinner. Nice! I hope it was good. I also need to work on that. I'm not sure what stream will be on Tuesday. Honestly, it might be like Sea of Thieves. Just as like, why not? Friday. No idea. Maybe I'll do like maybe with the webcam set up and I don't have to worry about like putting it back for therapy until like the beginning of the year. Maybe I'll do like a drawing art stream before the end of the year. And we sure did do something for like Hi Shiro, have Merry Christmas to you too. I'm glad it was cozy and slightly unhinged. A lot unhinged, actually, but it's fine. I've now lost my train of thought. We streamed for New Year's Eve last year, and I don't know if you would like to do that again this year. Last year we did Mario Party, and we could technically do a Mario Party 2.
Yeah, I mean, I could always... It's either we can stream for New Year, or I could stream more Death Stranding.
That is true. That is very true. I'm glad. I guess then, like, we'll have to decide if this is just, like... Is this just the tradition for Christmas time? For all future streams? That we just sit down and decorate cookies? I guess I'll set up some sort of poll somewhere. Trade a jar of Vegemite for a cookie. I would not eat the Vegemite. I've had it before and it is not to my taste, but I would give cookie. I would definitely give cookie. I made a lot of cookies. I made a lot of cookies. You know what? Let's... DM me and we trade. Yes? I give cookie, you'll give something that's not Vegemite. You don't have to actually give me anything. I have many cookies right now. And the only reason I didn't reach out to people, like I said, is because I didn't know how they would feel about me having their address. Like, I have thought about, like, poking Kyo, being like, do you want cookies? But then I was just like, I don't know how comfortable they would feel about that. What cookie for 4 doubloons? Yeah, I also thought the same thing for Hero. It's just like, I could give Hero cookies, but I don't know if Hero would be comfortable with that. as like, it's just like friends I've made online that I want to like share things with, and then it's just like I don't know how comfy they would be with me knowing their address. That's what I think of.
I mean, as long as you're not going to mail a bomb.
No! Why would I do that? Why would you say that?
Exactly. Like, it's not like people are going to, like, people are not going to be scared to give you the address. It's not like you're going to do anything.
But like some people are not comfy yet, and that's fine. Some people are not always comfy with giving that information, and that's fine.
If they're not, then they're not, but...
Either way, we're gonna go raid Dan. He is doing a Yarnum Christmas in Bloodborne. We'll go say Merry Christmas to Dan. Remind him that he's cute. And I'll see you on Tuesday. Probably for Thieves, just because I really should, because that was what won. Okay, bye. Everyone left. Everyone's gone. Merry Christmas if anyone watches this VOD. Bye, Myth. Who is unfortunately stuck from the raid. I'll see you all Tuesday.